Hello, J-Man, welcome. Might as well swap to my browser screen here. Bring up the tier list website. I've never done, I don't think, a tier list before. I don't think I've ever actually made one, weirdly. So I have no idea how long this is going to take. Could take multiple hours, or it could take like half an hour, depending on how well I am able to put my opinions into words. I'm already struggling to find the word I'm looking for. Express my opinions. That's still not the word I'm looking for. How eloquently I'm able to express my opinions. That was the word I was looking for. For people watching this VOD who don't know, I have just finished my first playthrough of Elden Ring. By just, I mean a week ago. Blind playthrough that took about 200 hours to complete, including the DLC. Because that game is massive, and the DLC could be a game in its own right. There are a few bosses I missed glancing over this tier list template. As far as I'm aware, none that are major. All the ones I missed, I'm pretty sure, are just reused normal enemies. Hello, Lily. Hello, Fergus. Welcome. Because I know tier lists attract people with very strong opinions, I will immediately put at the beginning here, opinions are always subjective. Someone disliking a boss that you like, or vice versa, isn't an attack on you. And sometimes you can't have tangible reasons for liking or disliking a boss. Sometimes you just do or don't vibe with one. Opinions are always subjective, but mine are always wrong. That is true. That is very true. Oh, also, saying I don't like this boss doesn't necessarily mean this boss is bad. It just means I don't personally like this boss. There are definitely some bosses that I would say are actually well designed that I just personally don't like. Oh, and finally, in my mind, a boss's arena, general like look and design, and music all factor into how good the experience of the fight is, so I will definitely be considering those in my ranking. Not having a memorable soundtrack is unlikely to lose a boss points, but a boss may gain ranking if it has an absolute banger of a soundtrack. Right, I am using a template here by Blue Quill, which I have modified slightly to add a couple of tiers. And actually, first things first, I'm going to add one more tier. I'm going to add row below. This is partially a vibes tier list because most of my opinions are based partially on vibes. I will try to justify, you know, tangible reasons for my ranking where I have them. I'm adding one more row here for Lamenter, my least favorite boss in all of From Software. And the only boss that I will be doing out of order alphabetically, because I'm starting off with Lamenter, because I hate Lamenter. It's terrible, in my opinion. It has an insta-kill attack. I don't like insta-kill attacks. Start off with, it's an NPC style boss, which I don't personally enjoy fighting that much anyway. Secondly, it has an attack where it just turns into a load of clones, and if you don't find the real one quickly enough, you get insta-killed. I don't have much more to say on that. I just hate that. That's awful in my opinion. So Lamenter gets a tier all of its own. And from here, I will go alphabetically so I don't have to scroll down constantly. First of all, Abductor Virgins. I missed this boss on my first playthrough. So That can go in that tier. I have now seen this boss on my second playthrough, which I started very soon after finishing my first. Hello, Brian, welcome. But I'm not going to factor my unfinished second playthrough that's still in the early game into this tier list, so that goes in the bosses I missed category. Adan, Thief of Fire. I didn't find this boss for a long time, which sounds ridiculous because the Evergaol is so obviously out in the open and so early on, being in Liurnia. But I just didn't enter this Evergaol for ages. So I was a little over-leveled when I came over here. It was fine. Like, it's an NPC boss, so I'm never particularly happy about them, but there's nothing bad about this boss. It's just sort of there. So I think C tier works quite well for it. He doesn't have any particularly interesting moves. He can summon a big fireball that isn't particularly dangerous. I don't know. He doesn't do much. Electo. Okay. I didn't enjoy this fight when I did it. Electo. I don't know where to put you. The Black Knife Assassins are an interesting one because I think they're good, like they're well designed in their moveset, but they can be quite annoying to fight sometimes. And I think Electo is the most annoying one to fight because she has some attacks where she like hits you and then you take damage over time afterwards from the hits, kind of like Malekith, which I find a bit annoying. Yeah, she's very difficult. I don't think I can say that she is anywhere lower than C. She may be above C. I'm still thinking about it. I don't think I can say that she's, you know, bad. Although I might have done immediately after beating her. There are definitely some bosses in this where if you go to the stream where I beat them, or some of the streams where I fought them, and listen to what I say about them then, you might think I would rank them a lot lower than I'm actually going to rank them here. Clear-headedness brings slightly more reasonable takes. I think Electo's good. I think she's fine. She's really difficult, but I think she's fine. I think she's a good boss. The Black Knife Assassins can be fun to fight. Electo is the one in an Evergaol up on the plateau that you go to for Rani's questline. She's definitely the most difficult of the Black Knife Assassins. Well, there's there's this one. We'll speak about this one when we come to it. But she's difficult. But I think she's quite good. Ancestor Spirit, excellent boss. A tier. I really like Ancestor Spirit. It's not a difficult fight. I think it's very easy. Or at least I found it very easy. But it's just really fun. The moveset is good, although not particularly complex. The soundtrack is incredible. The design of the boss, the design of the arena is incredible. Yeah, that's fair. I could see why some people would find it boring. I didn't find it boring. To be fair, I might have found it boring if the atmosphere wasn't as good. But the atmosphere is so good that I'm putting it in A tier, definitely. Off the top of my head, I can't think what the difference between Ancestor Spirit and Regal Ancestor Spirit actually is. I'll think about that more when we come to Regal Ancestor Spirit, which will be a lot later. But I can't remember them being too different from each other, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Ancient Dragon Man is different. I'm going to put Ancient Dragon Man in D tier. I didn't like this fight. Partially because S tier? Oh, we have a different opinion here, J-Man. At least one of them can heal. Well, they didn't heal when I was fighting them, so that's not factoring into my opinion. It may do on subsequent playthroughs. No, I'm putting Ancient Dragon Man in D tier though, because A, it's an NPC style boss, which I never particularly enjoy. I'm not sure I can think of a single NPC style boss off the top of my head that's above C tier for me. But B, it has some weird attacks as far as I remember. I can't remember how many times I fought it. Only a couple. There was one that was effectively an insta-kill. I think it took me from whole health to no health. I just found it annoying. I don't think it doesn't have a hugely complex moveset, but that one where it goes like up in the air and then it lobs like, what is it lobs at you? Like a fireball? That one insta-killed me the first time I did it, and that just leaves a bitter taste in the mouth for me. I can't remember too much of its moveset beyond that, other than that I found it annoying. If you died to him, you might have got fed up with him, yeah. I probably, if I'd got him first try, I probably would just put him in C tier, but the fact that that insta-kill happened was like, no. Lanciax is another one that I was kind of over-leveled for, so it's difficult for me to judge where to put Lanciax. I think the moveset of Lanciax is good. I didn't have any problems with the moveset, so I'm going to put her in B tier because I do enjoy really almost all of the dragon fights. But due to the fact that I found the fight so late, I'm not sure I can really say a huge amount. The theme's good. The boss design is great. The arena's fine. It doesn't have anything particularly interesting, but it doesn't have obstructions. That's the baseline for me for an arena. If it doesn't have obstructions, then good arena. She flies away when you first meet her in Altus. I remember being disappointed that she flew away because I was enjoying fighting her. So I think B tier is a good spot for her to be. I think that's fine. Now, Senesax is very similar moveset wise. If I'm remembering correctly, Senesax is the one in the DLC, right? And Senesax is very similar, but in water. And I'm not sure if that affects the lightning, but I felt like it did. I always felt with Senesax that I was constantly getting hit by things that I didn't think should hit me with Senesax, which is going to be embarrassing for me if I find out that actually the water doesn't have an effect and they both have the exact same moveset, because then two bosses that are just the same, one of them's going to be in B tier and one of them's going to be in C tier. But I do remember just constantly getting hit when I felt like I shouldn't be getting hit on Senesax, and it annoyed me quite a lot. I ended up feeling okay with it when I beat it, but the process to getting there was annoying. You got very annoyed with this one. Senesaxophone is C tier. You know what? If Senesax's boss theme had a saxophone, automatic A tier, but it doesn't, so it's C tier. Ancient Hero of Zamor. I feel like there are multiple variants of this boss, but it's just rolled into one. I feel like there's one version that has less attacks than others. Either way, I'm going to go with B tier, because I quite like the moveset. It's not incredibly memorable, but of the enemies that have like the sort of flowing swings, Yeah, well, there's the other fact that there are just kind of ancient heroes of Zamor walking around in mountaintops, which is fair. I'm generally less annoyed than a lot of people by the reuses of bosses and the reuses of enemies as bosses. I don't have a huge problem with that in an open world game like this. If it wasn't open world and they were doing that type of thing all the time, then I would have a problem with it. But the fact that it's open world and it is just very different in its world design from a more completely progression based game like the previous Dark Souls games, I'm okay with that because some of them are really fun. This one is quite fun. There isn't anything that's bad about it. There isn't anything that particularly stands out about it. It could go C tier, but I'm gonna put it B tier. It's fine. I like fighting it. It's a good one. Astel. Now I need to remember which Astel is which. Natural Born of the Void is the one you fight en route to Rani's questline, I think. Is that right? And then Stars of Darkness is in like a cave in Consecrated Snowfield, I think. Let me look them up. I want to make sure I'm getting these the right way around. Astel, Natural, I can't type. Astel. Natural Born of the Void is the Rani's questline one. Okay. I don't remember why, but I remember not having a problem with Natural Born and then getting annoyed with Stars of Darkness, but I don't remember why. Ah, that'll be why. Yes, Stars of Darkness has an annoying grab attack in its second phase. There you go, that's why. I don't think it really makes a difference though, because I think they're both C tier. I really like the design visually of these. They're incredibly fascinating and weird, and I love that. But the actual fight doesn't do much. I mean, the Natural Born could be B tier. It's just kind of, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a B tier to me. It's one of those ones that has very strange movement and teleports over to the other side of the arena. So I think I'll leave it on C for now. Stars of Darkness is definitely lower in C tier because of that grab attack, which annoys me. Or did annoy me. These aren't like particularly ranked one way or the other. So higher and lower in C tier doesn't really mean anything, but just pretend it does here. You're right, bees don't have tiers. They do in fact have compound eyes, but you're still banned forever. Battle Mage Hugh or Huge or Hughes or Hugues is just a reused NPC enemy type with a big hammer who appears in Caelid. So I think he really belongs in D tier. He doesn't really do anything. He has a big hammer spell and he has a big nuclear bomb spell, if I remember correctly. And that's it. Like, he's just a guy. I don't remember being him a particularly huge threat. That was even worse than the B tier joke. And I don't remember really anything else about him, which means he's not memorable, which means he's in D tier. But next is Bale the Dread. Bale the Dread is an S tier boss. Despite the fact you kind of like the enemies, but as a boss it's a bit boring, yeah. Despite the fact that I did get annoyed in the process of fighting Bale, in hindsight, Bale is very much S tier. Easily one of From Software's best dragon fights, up there with Midir and Calamite. Love this boss, love this soundtrack, love Egon's voice acting, although I didn't really do him in the game. I did summon him and then let myself get killed just to hear the voice lines. Also, just as a spectacle, Bale is incredible. I remember very vividly the first time the phase transition happened. It's so good. The one like slight complaint I have with this boss is that the attack shooting fire and lasers all over the arena is not that intuitive, but I did kind of learn how to deal with it at the end. And in the end, this boss was just very fun. It is an epic battle. Also, the fact that he has a weak point, I really appreciate. I like bosses having weak points on their bodies when they're this large. I think that's a really good mechanic where you have to like actually visually investigate the design of the boss and see, oh, this leg that's been chopped off actually takes more damage, and discover that. I think that's fun. I do wish it had a tail cut. That goes for all dragons. From Software came up with one of my favorite mechanics of all time in tail cuts in Dark Souls 1, and then they basically never used it again afterwards, and I don't understand why. But that's not a mark down on the boss. That would just make it even better, and this boss is already so good. Beastman of Farum Azula. Definitely mid. Again, it's an enemy turned into a boss, but the fact that you encounter this boss before you encounter it as a common enemy, I think stops it from being D tier for me. This was actually the first boss I beat. I can't remember if it's the first boss I fought. I think I fought Margit a couple of times before I found this one. But yeah, I mean, this was a fun first proper boss in the game. It doesn't do much because it's later on just a common enemy, but it was enjoyable. It's not a threat. I don't think it qualifies for being poor. I think it probably would if it was encountered as a reused enemy, but the fact that you encounter it as the boss first, I think saves it from being D tier for me. Yeah, it is kind of pathetic as a boss, but you qualify as poor, that's fair. I don't know, I enjoy fighting it. I particularly enjoy parrying it, as I did on my my second in progress playthrough. But to be fair, it turns out that you can parry way more bosses than I thought, so I've been parrying a lot of bosses on that playthrough. Beastman of Farum Azula Duo is in D tier. I can't remember where this is. I know I fought it, it's not one of the ones I missed. I can't remember where you find it. But this is a reused boss because you've already encountered the initial one, and it's also a duo boss, which I feel is really hard to get right. I'm not opposed to the idea of a duo boss. Some of my favorite bosses in From Software are duo bosses. Ornstein and Smough, for example, famous, excellent boss fight, great duo boss. But I do feel that 90% of the time when you do a duo boss, it just doesn't work. I feel like the enemies need to complement each other. And the Beastmen of Farum Azula have such similar movesets that they don't really complement each other. They're just like you're fighting two of the same enemy at once and you're getting overwhelmed quite easily. Parrying is a very fun mechanic. It's so good. So yeah, I think this duo qualifies for D tier for me. Black Blade Kindred. Again, I feel like why is this not separate? There are multiple variants of the Black Blade Kindred boss. Because there are ones with different weapons. There's one that has an axe and there's one that has a twin blade. Are the boss ones never... Or a halberd and a twin blade. Halberd and axe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the two boss versions of the Black Blade Kindred have different weapons. So the person who made the tier list should have split this into two, in my opinion. But it doesn't make a difference for me. They're both A tier. I love Black Blade Kindred. I don't have a huge amount to say about it. I just really enjoy the fight. It's a very fair moveset. It's a very intuitive, learnable moveset. It doesn't have any bullshit. It's just really fun for me. The only small criticism I would give to this would be the arena for the one in the Forbidden Lands is a bit questionable. Because you're in the Forbidden Lands, where it's very easy to fall off the sides of things and get stuck on hills and rocks and trees. But the boss itself, really, really fun. One of my favorites. Especially the one that's outside Bastille Sanctum. I enjoyed that one so much. And the normal Black Knife Assassin. Where do you fight the normal Black Knife Assassin boss? You see, there are so many bosses in this game that I struggle to remember where all of them are and what their variations in moveset are. Yes, it's the one in the Black Knife Catacombs. Oh, you're right. Nightbot is still active. Thank you for pointing that out, Lily. I don't even notice Nightbot messages these days. Can I turn that off right now? Hold on a minute. Timers. Disabled. I don't know if that'll take effect immediately, but hopefully it does. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm gonna say this Black Knife Assassin, like, I feel like I don't want to put it in C tier. I feel like C tier is too low for it, but then I feel like B tier is too high for it. Because it's a simpler version of Electo who's already in B tier. I'll put it in C tier because it's at the end of a catacomb and it doesn't do a huge amount. I don't remember if it was the one with a tiny arena. I can't recall. This is actually a picture of one that isn't a boss, I think. I think that's a picture of the one that you get outside the Sainted Hero's grave in Altus Plateau, and I don't think that one's a boss. I don't think it has a boss bar. Maybe it does. Either way, it's the same enemy, so it goes there. Yeah, C tier is fine. Black Knife Assassin Invisible. I don't remember well enough. You might be right. If it has a small arena, then I would put it down in D tier, but the fact that I think this is actually compensating for two bosses, I'll just keep it in C tier. Oops, bumped the microphone. But you might be right, Brian. The Invisible Black Knife is awful. E tier. I hate it. I hate it with a burning passion. Dreadful. Delete it from the game. This was so annoying to fight. I came back here when I was way over leveled and I still almost died to this boss. I understand it's in water and you are supposed to use its footprints to find it, but it doesn't help. And I think the difference between this and something like Priscilla, who also goes invisible, and to be fair, I'm not a huge fan of that mechanic with Priscilla either, but she's definitely a lot better than this one. And I think the difference is the speed of the enemy. Priscilla's slow. So when you see the footprints, the boss is still there when you try to swing for it. Whereas with the Black Knife Assassin, I feel most of the time you see the footprints and you swing and it's already leapt to the side or something. And then you just get backstabbed. And it's just very annoying. I'm not going to say anything more on it because I hate it. Black Knife Assassin Wounded can go in D tier. That's a poor boss. There's a torch to expose it? I didn't even know about that. Oh. Oh yeah, the wiki agrees with you. Huh. Well. I'm not a fan of obscure items being necessary to make bad bosses bearable, so it's still an E tier. The Wounded Black Knife Assassin is just a normal Black Knife Assassin that starts at like half health, so D tier. There isn't anything extra to talk about there, it's just not as good. It's just half the fight instead of the whole fight. It's like, fine, okay. Why is it starting at half health? Just make it a lower health variant of the fight. I mean, I assume the reason it starts at half health is because it's very early game. It was the first one I encountered, I think. But I don't understand why it just doesn't have a smaller health bar. I don't know why its health bar is half full. Black Knight Edred. Black Knight Edred's a weird one. He gives you very little time to do anything, and he has a very awkward arena because he flies about all the time and he has huge combos. Edred is the twin blade one that attacks you in the fort in the DLC. He has huge combos and he flies towards you. And I feel like his arena should be bigger. I think he should be a good boss. On moveset alone, I think Edred is a good boss. A difficult boss, but a good boss. But I think the fact that you're supposed to be fighting him in an enclosed room, and if you go outside that enclosed room, you just have like a thin, like, battlement to run along, I think that makes him C tier for me. But I could also, I could receive arguments for B tier on that one. Black Knight Garou is definitely going to be fully in B tier. Black Knight Garou is fun. I like Garou. He gets extra points for being a frog. You get points for that. I don't know what more to say there. That was just a really funny skill to see him use. He's just frog. He grab you with his tongue. I thought that was great. No notes. 10 out of 10 would fight again. He's comical, but he's fun. I enjoyed fighting Garou. He is frog. What's not to like? I think he's good. Bloodhound Knight. Bloodhound Knight's an interesting one because I feel like on paper it's good, but I just get annoyed whenever I fight it. So I feel like I have to put it in C tier, even though I'm aware it should be in B tier. Again, this is my personal ranking, and sometimes is based on the vibe. And I don't know, I just don't... I just can't get the vibe. I can't find my rhythm on this boss, ever. I'm never able to find my rhythm on the Bloodhound Knight. And I can't quite put my finger on why. I also am not sure if... because there are multiple Bloodhound Knight bosses. There's Darrowil, and then there's one that's unnamed, and I don't know if they have different movesets. I didn't find the unnamed one in my original playthrough, so really I shouldn't factor it into this tier list. But yeah, I can never find my feet with this fight, so I don't think I can personally rank it any higher than C, because I always end up getting annoyed. Even though I know that's not really fair to it. Balls Carrion Knight can go in C tier as well. He's enjoyable. He's just also another troll enemy. So he's not really anything different. He's a troll enemy who can use whatever the Elden Ring name of Homing Soul Mass is. When they have the swords around them and then the swords shoot off and home in on you. I don't know what that spell's called. But he's just a troll who can use that. So, nothing special about him, really. I don't think he has any other moves that are unique to him or special to him compared to other trolls. As far as I can remember. Yeah, I think that's good. Borealis. Okay. Borealis. As I said earlier, I like the majority of the dragon fights in this game, and I have no problem with them constantly reusing the dragon model and just adding tons of dragon fights, because I really like fighting the dragons. That doesn't extend to Borealis. The hitboxes on this boss's breath attacks are so weird. I still don't know where you're supposed to stand on half of this boss's attacks, because the mist sprays so far. I feel like you constantly get hit when you didn't feel like you should be in the breath, because there's also a blizzard going on at the same time as you fighting this boss. So you just can't see where the breath attacks begin and end. And even when you clear it out, the particles don't line up fully with the hitboxes. So I'm putting this boss in D tier because I got really annoyed at it because I could not get the breath attacks, and they do so much damage. There was one point where I really thought I had jumped over the breath and on Torrent, and I just got insta-killed out of nowhere. You got the hang of him eventually? I didn't. I beat him eventually, having come back from having done most of the DLC and feeling like, oh, I should be way over leveled for this boss. And it was still really hard and annoying. Maybe I'm just bad at it, but I just cannot with the breath attacks. And he has way more health as well than most dragon fights. So for me, Borealis very much D tier. Might well end up being the only dragon fight that's D tier. I'm not sure. We'll see as we continue. Cemetery Shade. C? I don't know. I never got the hang of Cemetery Shade, but I also never struggled with Cemetery Shade. I don't know what this boss's deal is. It's very sort of zippy all over the place, and it has very fast, high damage slashes, but also it has like no health. So it do be there. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a full boss a lot of the time. And then Cemetery Shade with skeletons. I don't remember where that was. Let me look this up. Where's the one with skeletons? That's the one in the Black Knife Catacombs. Yeah, they have great visual design. I love that. But they are definitely awkward to fight and simultaneously not very challenging. The one with skeletons, I'm going to put a tier lower, D tier, because not a fan of bosses that summon minions. It just feels like artificially adding difficulty in a way that isn't fun. I don't know. It feels like the laziest way to make a fight more difficult is to just add some generic enemies into the mix. And quite often, one enemy, it falls into the same problem as other multiple boss fights, where the boss and the enemy that's added to the boss fight were not designed with being in a boss fight together in mind, and so they often don't fit together very well. And I'm aware Elden Ring wants you to summon for a lot of fights, much more so than previous From Software titles of this style, is based around the expectation that you will be summoning at least Spirit Ashes. But I don't enjoy doing that, and this is my personal ranking. So multiple enemies will make bosses suffer in the ranking. Chief Bloodfiend. Chief Bloodfiend didn't really do much that was different to normal Bloodfiends. I don't remember this fight being particularly difficult, or particularly easy, or particularly rememberable. Let me have a look here again. Is this the same as the large Bloodfiend that you find in the wild? Or is it different? Because there's one large one that you find in the wild, and then there's this one that you find in a cave as well, which actually has a boss bar. I can't remember if they're the same enemy. They're probably not. Either way, I think it's C tier, because it doesn't do a huge amount. Unless I'm forgetting interesting things that it does. If I am, somebody can tell me, but I don't remember it doing very much. And therefore, passable. If I don't remember the boss, then it's probably not bad, but it's definitely not good either. Clean Rot Knight bosses, I missed both of these encounters, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know where the single Clean Rot Knight boss is, so I definitely... I'm pretty certain I missed that. They're not on my list. I have a list for people who are new of every boss I beat and how many deaths it took, and Clean Rot Knights appear nowhere on that boss list. Until I came and looked at this tier list template, I wasn't aware in my mind that there was such a boss. Commander Gaius. What do I say about Commander Gaius? This is a weird one. If you asked me right before entering the attempt where I beat this boss, I would say D tier at best. If you asked me right after beating this boss, I probably would say B tier. If you ask me now, I really struggle to rank this boss. And I think most of it is in the charge attack. The charge attack is just really annoying. But I don't know if it's enough to drag the whole fight down, because the rest of the fight is difficult, but I don't think it's bad. So, but I don't want to put it in C tier either because that feels too generic for this boss. And also I keep putting bosses in C tier. Yeah, he's very hard to get remotely the hang of. I think he probably is a good boss, minus the charge attack. I'm going to ignore the charge attack, because I think the charge attack is genuinely bad. I think it's too precise. But I'm going to put him in B tier overall, because I do think he's a good boss. I appreciate that his arena is large. Mobile bosses should have very large arenas, because otherwise you're going to get driven into a corner right away. I don't appreciate that he doesn't have a unique boss theme. I recognize you can only have the composers create so many boss themes, but I feel like Gaius is such a unique boss that the fact that he has a one of the generic boss themes is underwhelming. But I think overall he can go in B tier. Now, Commander Neil. This is another one that I really didn't enjoy when I did it. And thinking back on it from the perspective of having finished the game and being, you know, not in a state where I've just been annoyed and just finished the fight, I feel like it's unfair to say that this isn't a good fight, because it probably is overall. I don't like the fact that it starts out with summons. That's one thing that pulls it down for me. But you can get rid of the summons quite quickly. So I think overall I'll probably put Commander Neil in B tier as well. Much as I can't believe I'm saying that, because, you know, right after I beat the boss, I would be like D tier, immediate D tier. But from the position that I'm in now doing this, I do think overall this boss is good. I think he would be... I don't think he would ever end up in A tier, but I think I would have a lot less trouble putting him in B tier if he didn't start off with those two minions. Commander O'Neill is very similar to Commander Neil, easier, has more summons, and the summons are very explicitly ranged enemies, which annoys me, and I'm going to put him in C tier as a result of the fact that he is a simpler version of the proper boss and has even more summons and summons with ranged attacks. Also, he brings his summons back. I'm not sure if Commander Neil ever does. Does anyone remember if Commander Neil actually resummons his enemies? Commander O'Neill absolutely does, if you leave it long enough. And he actually summons them during the process of the fight, rather than them being there at the start. So I think C tier works. He doesn't resummon? Okay. I was sure he does. Either way, he's C tier. He's just not as good, I think. Count Emir, Mother of Fingers. Count Emir is just kind of pathetic. There isn't much more to say. He doesn't really do much. He just sort of summons small finger creepers and then dies. I remember you come out of Meteor and you get attacked by Emir, and he's an NPC boss. He magics, yeah, he casts a few spells and he summons a few finger creepers. So he's both an NPC boss and he has minions. And also he's just kind of weak. He dies so quickly. I don't know, I never felt like he was a threat. I always felt like it was a situation of, I'll just come over here so I can get this over with and just kill you. Just like sit down. That was the feeling of fighting Ymir. So I think D tier works quite well for him. Original Crucible Knight. Did I say Crucible? Crucible. B tier. This is a good boss. Also, and this is not going to factor into my, this is not factoring into my ranking, but on my second playthrough, I think I found an exploit for this boss. I think I found a way to manipulate the RNG accidentally. If you parry him and then riposte, roll away once, walk back very slightly so you're just out of range of the stomp, I got into a loop where he would always do the stomp and then come up for a normal slash, which I just parried again, and he never went into phase 2. Again, that doesn't factor into my ranking of this boss at all, just weird. But yeah, overall, this is a fun boss. It's very difficult when you first meet it, because it has a lot of damage, and it has a fair amount of health, and you meet it very early on if you go up to that average EL. But overall, good fight. I enjoyed it. Especially once you realize you can jump over the flying attack. It is fun to jump over that, and if you jump at the right time or in the right way, you can end up right next to him when he lands and get some hits in. Good boss overall. Good boss. Crucible Knight Siluria. Also a good boss. I don't know exactly where to put Siluria. I enjoyed Siluria. That dagger grab attack that Siluria has was a little annoying when I was fighting her. I'm not sure I can put her in A tier. I wouldn't say she's an excellent boss. I think she's another B tier. She doesn't do much that's unique because she's mostly just a spear type Crucible Knight, but she's certainly enjoyable to fight. She has a bit of a small arena because you can roll off the sides. It's sort of a narrow but long plateau that it's sort of on. But yeah, enjoyable. Crucible Knight and Crucible Knight Ordovis I didn't find on my first playthrough, so they go down there. Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior are, in my opinion, a poor boss. Once again, this is another example of two enemies that are not designed with each other in mind, whose movesets don't really complement one another, just being stuck together for the sake of having an extra boss. Are we back after brunch? Okay, see you soon, J-Man. Enjoy your brunch. Yeah, Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior just don't work together, in my opinion. I mean, they're better than the two Beastman in terms of their movesets complementing each other, because Misbegotten Warrior is a lot more mobile than Crucible Knight, but they are both pretty mobile and pretty fast at cutting you down once they get a single attack in. And they're also obviously reused enemies, which again, I don't have as much of a problem with as most people, but just sticking two bosses that you've already fought into one boss fight to make a harder boss fight feels lazy. Yeah. D tier, I think, works for them. Crystallion on its own. On its own, I don't know. I don't think it's complex enough to go in B tier. They have a very simple moveset, and I'm not a huge fan of the way you kind of need to use a specific type of physical damage. Like, yes, bosses can have high resistances to certain damage types, but the fact that unless you're using something that does high blunt damage, your attacks, like, sort of clink off them is a little bit annoying, because it means if you've built your whole character around one moveset, you're kind of at a huge disadvantage. Or not around one moveset, around one weapon type. You're kind of at a huge disadvantage here. It's like you need to split your build in a way. I don't think they're bad. Like, I didn't dislike fighting the Crystallians. And I do really like the design of them visually. I think they're excellent in terms of that. But they also aren't good. And unusually, I think actually the dual bosses here both go in the same tier as the original. I think Crystallians are actually an example of where the movesets do complement each other reasonably well. Because they both have long sort of gaps in between doing things. And particularly the Spear and Staff one, which was the first Crystallian boss I found, worked quite well together in terms of their moveset, with one staying back and one being forwards. But I did also find them very easy once I worked out the gimmick. You like the Crystallians, but with the caveat that you thought they were nearly immune to all damage before stance break. The experience is made worse by knowing there's one damage type that does full damage in the entire fight. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't even think about stance breaking them. Yeah, I think I probably would consider them better if it was like you had to break their stance and then you would get a big hit. That probably would be a better mechanic than just hope you picked strength blunt weapons. So I think C tier works for all of them. I don't think the duo bosses are actually dragged down by being duo bosses in this case. Rarely enough. Curseblade Labyrinth. I don't remember too much about Curseblade Labyrinth. Did Labyrinth do anything different from the normal Curseblade enemies? Let me look at my list here. I didn't die to Curseblade Labyrinth, so it can't have been that hard. Does it have any special moves? Or is it just an exact copy of an existing enemy? Oops. There was some kind of effect that came with it. The wiki that I normally use doesn't have its moves added yet. Let me go to Fextra Life. Famous Fextra Life as, you know, the source of all accurate knowledge. He never has anything incorrect. I don't think it's particularly dark. Fextra Life doesn't have anything on this boss either. God damn it. Okay, the fact that I don't remember anything about this boss and nobody's bothered to actually write the wiki pages, I think means that it definitely goes in C tier. If I remembered that there was something I didn't like about it, then it would go in D tier, and if there was something good to remember about it, it would go in B tier. But there isn't anything to remember about it, and that's the epitome of a passable boss. Clearly it was fine as an experience, but it just didn't lodge in my memory. It didn't stand out at all. Dancer of Renat is very much the same. Dancer of Renat was piss easy. I don't know. I don't particularly have anything to say about this boss. Like, I don't really remember the moveset. I just remember that it was quite pathetic. And the reward was a weapon that you couldn't infuse. And that disappointed me. Is there anything more to say about that? I don't think there is. was just kind of there. Deathbirds. Deathbirds are... I feel like there are less deathbirds than there are deathrite birds, so I'm struggling to remember what's unique about them. I think they just have less moves than deathrite birds. Its grab attack is quite annoying. That's something I remember about deathbirds. They have an annoying grab attack. Quite like Dancer Vernat, but you always tend to like bosses you got first try that weren't just a pushover. Unfortunately, Dancer Vernat was just a pushover for me, so it's going in C tier. I can't see anything particularly special about what makes deathbirds deathbirds as opposed to deathrite birds. I think they just have less moves. That's as far as I can tell. They only have 4 moves, and one of them is a slightly annoying grab, so I think they will also go in C tier. They're not particularly memorable. Like, I like the design of them, but it's basically the same as the deathrite bird design, but less intimidating. So, I think C tier for them. I will say, I'm not going to factor this into my ranking of the night bosses, but fighting night bosses does frustrate me, because every time you die in this game, time progresses. So if you die to a night boss, you need to respawn, sit at a site of grace, pass time to night, then run back to where the boss was. And that's annoying, but I'm not going to factor that into the actual ranking of the boss. I just don't think those mechanics complement one another. Deathrite birds really should be split into multiple, in my opinion, on this tier list, but they're not, unfortunately. I think overall, all the deathrite birds, I don't know, it feels like a cop-out to put them in C tier again, but I don't feel like... They often annoyed me. That's the problem with them. Frequently they annoyed me. But the first one I ever fought, which was the Lane Dell one, was really fun. Or that might be a deathbird, I'm not sure. Yeah, it feels like a cop-out, but I'm putting them in C tier again. They just... They have certain attacks that are just very irritating. They set large amounts of the ground on fire that spreads out. And it makes it very difficult to actually get up to them to hit them. And I'm not a fan of that, personally. But I really like their design. There are also a couple that are in kind of weird arenas. Like the Kara's Hidden Grave one's really annoying because you got to kill the enemies around it to get a fair fight. The Mountaintops of the Giant one is kind of confined in a ravine. No, sorry, the Consecrated Snowfield one is kind of confined in a ravine. And then the one in Caelid is like on one of those weird Caelid like coral hills that doesn't really make for a good ground to be on while you're fighting something. Death Knights. Oh, Death Knights should be a good boss. They really should be. Death Knights should be fun. But they have a grab attack that heals half their fucking health bar. Oh, and it just... I can't bring myself to put them anywhere higher than D tier because of that. They should be higher. They should be B tier. They should be. most of their moveset is fun, good, enjoyable to fight, but I just can't get past that. One of my biggest gripes is enemies that heal themselves, and these things heal half their health bar, and I just can't put them above D tier because of that. And I know, just get good and dodge the grab attack. Not a good argument in my opinion. Any boss can be justified by just saying, just get good and dodge that attack. Any boss can be justified by that. What makes an attack good or bad is, for me, a combination of how easy it is to dodge and what the consequences are when you dodge it. Or not how easy, but how intuitive, how reasonable. And it is a reasonably easy one to dodge, but the consequences are so annoying. So they just, it's the size of the heal. If it was like, 10% of their health or something, it would still annoy me, but it wouldn't be nearly as bad. It's like 50% or something close to that. It looks like 50% on the health bar. And I just can't get past that for either of them. So they're going in D tier. Decaying Exikes, I don't know how you pronounce that, is B tier for me. As I said, I like a lot of the dragon fights. I don't mind that the dragon fights are reskins in quotation marks. And I enjoyed this one a lot when I fought it, which I didn't expect to, because I generally don't like when bosses do like large area of effects that build up status effects, and this one builds up Scarlet Rot with like its stomps and stuff. But I just didn't mind that when I fought it. I just enjoyed it. I don't really have much more to say there. Like, I just find the moveset enjoyable, so it's a good boss for me. Demi-Human Chief Duo is a poor boss, in my opinion. Not only is it a duo boss of a normal enemy that just appears throughout the game, whose movesets don't really complement one another, it's also got like 10 normal demi-humans in the arena. Why? Why does it have that? That isn't fun, in my opinion. Justify yourself, Miyazaki. I don't know. There doesn't. It's just a bit bad, in my opinion. Like, there's so many enemies in that arena. And it's not even particularly difficult. I did it on I just did it on my second playthrough a couple of days ago, and actually went there at the right level. On my first playthrough, I went there, I was over leveled, and it was really easy. And I was expecting to really struggle with it on my second playthrough, and it was still actually pretty easy. So it's just not enjoyable. It's just like, okay, here's a load of enemies. Now, the demi-human queens, I'm gonna have to look them up to remember which one is which. Gillica's at the end of a cave, right? Or underground in a ruin, okay. Yeah, I mean, the demi-human queens don't do anything. This tier list is missing a demi-human queen. I think. I don't see a demi-human queen Margot. And there is one in the game. And I think it's the first one I did. Because that's the one in the cave that I'm thinking of. Yeah. So... I'm gonna say Gillica represents both Gillica and Margot. No, because it would give it a different name, surely. I mean, she probably has different spells as well. She drops a unique thing. She drops the jar cannon. And Gillica doesn't. Margot, Margit. I know. I feel like... Well, there's also demi-human queen Mariga. Like, I feel like that's intentional, right? There's some lore there. I just don't know what it is. Mariga, I didn't find. I did not fight Mariga in my playthrough. So I'll put that in before I do the other two. But I think the other two are both in C tier. There's nothing bad about the demi-human queens. They're just... I quite enjoyed fighting Gillica and Margot. I think they were fine. They were easy though, and they didn't have anything to stand out about them. Maggie was fine as well. She did have a few minions around her, but they were very weak. So again, it didn't... Yeah. I think they could be B tier if there was more to them. But as it stands, you have died to one. Massive skill issue. Just the most immense of skill issues, to be honest. Now for Master Yoda. I don't know where to rank Master Yoda. I got annoyed at this one, but I actually think he's well designed. You aren't wearing much armor and there might be minions involved. I think only one of them has minions around it, which is Maggie. I got annoyed at Yoda, but I think he is actually B tier. I think he should be. He's a good boss. Like, I do think this is well designed. It's just hard, and I didn't... Annoyed you got. I did indeed. I think I just was struggling with my patience at that point in my playthrough. I started to struggle with my patience towards the end. But I think on a replay, I probably would spend more time with him and actually, like, enjoy him. Well, I don't know if I would spend more time with him. I might do him easily this time. Who knows? But yeah, I think he can go in B tier. Divine Beast Dancing Lion is an S tier boss. I love this boss so much. I love this boss with all my heart. One of the best bosses in the whole game. It's so good. For a start, the just design of this boss, just visually, the arena being like an actual stage, the music is, it's one of my favorite From Software soundtracks. It's so unique and so fun. Once you get the hang of it, this fight really just feels like a performance. There is a joyousness to this fight, I feel. It's one of the best spectacles in the game as well. It's so good visually. I love the fact that it cycles through the elements. I love almost everything about this boss. There is one teensy little thing that I would change about Divine Beast Dancing Lion, which is the fact that if it gets you with its grab attack, the next time you use a flask, it will also heal the boss. I'm not a fan of that, but you get grabbed so infrequently that it's fine. And again, it's not a large heal. That's what separates it from the Death Knights. It isn't a large heal. I love Divine Beast Dancing Lion, and I could talk about Divine Beast Dancing Lion and how good it is for probably 15 years in a row without stopping for breath, but I won't. I really want to get to the DLC to fight it again on my second playthrough. That's you know one of my actual criticisms with this game is it's so big that you have to play so much of it to get back to things you want to do again. I think that's a genuine valid criticism with Elden Ring. It's so big that you have to put so many hours into a playthrough to get to a boss that you want to refight. Is that fair? I think that's fair. But anyway, Divine Beast Dancing Lion, incredible boss, one of From Software's best. Divine Beast Dancing Lion, Deathblight, poor boss, not one of From Software's best. I really don't like this one. This encounter just is a masterclass in taking a spectacular boss and ruining it by adding basilisks. I really feel more than a lot of bosses, I really feel Divine Beast Dancing Lion does not work with other enemies, especially ones that do huge AoE coverings in their own right. I mean, it's bad enough Divine Beast Dancing Lion spraying out Deathblight as it leaps through the air, but having like 3 basilisks spawn every time it enters that phase, given that the phase changes become, they come faster as the fight progresses. It's just not good, in my opinion. It just doesn't work. That really doesn't work for me. It really feels like they thought we need another boss encounter. Let's grab one that we've already designed, put it somewhere where it wasn't designed to be, and add in something that wasn't designed to be a part of the fight. And it didn't work. Because that doesn't work. That's not design philosophy. You liked that one? You're wrong. I mean, opinions are subjective, but also you're wrong. No, yeah, I really didn't like that. The best thing about that encounter was that I got to listen to the OST again, because that theme is so good. Draconic Tree Sentinel. S tier in my top 10. I love it. Very fun, hard but fair. Good improvement on the existing Tree Sentinel enemies, I feel. I like the way that this is a variant of an existing boss that changes enough that it feels very different. Because actually speaking, it isn't really a variant of an existing boss. It's more a new one that has a similar visual design, but actually it has a lot of stuff that's very different. It probably helps that I think I did this boss first try somehow. Let me double check that before I'm telling lies over here. No, I didn't do it first try. I've got 2 deaths to it. I did it really quickly anyway. I got it way quicker than I expected to. But it's just really fun. I think it's in my top 10, to be honest, in this game. I think it's in my top 10. I suppose, you know, maybe one small criticism I would say is that there's a big rock in its arena. And to be fair, it's not actually like right up in where the boss is situated, but the boss is so mobile that you often end up over there. Despite the fact that that rock did actually save my life during the attempt where I beat it, I'm not a fan of obstacles in the arena, so minor criticism, but overall, this is easily one of the best bosses in the game, in my opinion. Dragonkin Soldier. I am going to put this one... Let me think about which one to put this in for a moment. This is the one that's just sort of lying down in like Siofra River, isn't it? Yeah, this is the one that's just lying down in Siofra River. I'm going to say this is B tier. I think this is just good automatically. I like the moveset of Dragonkin Soldier. I have fun with it. I liked finding the different parts of its body. Yeah, it's decent. I like finding the different parts of its body that are good to stick to actually like get hits in safely. Same goes for all of them for you. For me, it's different. This one was the second one I encountered. I don't know what the first one people normally encounter is, but this was the second one I encountered. And I think it has less like stuff than Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella. I could be lying there, but I feel like it does less stuff. You encountered this one first, that's fair. Dragonkin Soldier Lake of Rot, I'm going to put in C tier. This was the last one I encountered. Its arena was actually completely manageable for me. I didn't go into the rot once, but I don't like the idea of the arena. I'm not a fan of ones where you have that much limited space and then you can like roll into like some kind of poison or other status effect build up. I'm not about that in a boss fight. And it's just kind of, I don't know, the fact that it's the third one I encountered and it's in an arena that I'm not really a fan of, and it doesn't do anything that the other one doesn't do. It doesn't have anything unique to it. I'm gonna say more C tier. I was gonna say something else, but it's completely gone out of my head. Hold on, let me try and remember it. Yes, it was also a disappointment because when I saw it sitting in the middle of the Lake of Rot, it's all like curled up, and I thought, what is that weird, intimidating thing? That's clearly a monster that's going to get up. It's going to be some strange creature that I'm going to have to fight. And then it got up, and it was just another Dragonkin Soldier. I was like, oh, okay. Alright then. It was a bit disappointing. I was really excited for some sort of Lovecraftian fucking nightmare fuel that it kind of looked to me like it was going to be while it was hunched up, and then it was just a Dragonkin Soldier. So for that alone, it would go in C tier. So it's very solidly in C tier for that one. Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella. This is the one that has the most stuff. It has more moves because it has a second phase. This is the one that has an achievement associated with it. This is also the one I found first. And I really enjoyed it. And I'm actually going to put it in A tier. I thought this fight was great. Really fun. I don't have a huge amount to say about it that I haven't said about the other Dragonkin Soldiers. I actually found it easier than the normal Dragonkin Soldier that you find in Siofra River. But I just really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the fight. I immediately vibed with it, for lack of a better term. And it feels like, this feels like the original one that they made, because it has the phase 2 that the other two don't. It feels like this is the actual proper Dragonkin soldier boss, and then the other two were the reusals. So I think yeah, A tier for me. I thought it was fun. And from one A tier to another A tier for me, Dragon Lord Placidusax, whom I'm almost missed. Actually, I had to come back to Farum Azula to find this boss. I didn't find it difficult, which I think was partially due to the fact that I was most of the way through the DLC when I came back, so I was a bit higher leveled than you would expect to be. But I enjoyed this. It was good. It has a fun moveset. I don't think it has an especially tough moveset, but maybe I just played well on my attempt. Very hard if you come before the DLC. Yeah, I will need to try going there before the DLC on my second save file and see how it is. But I really enjoyed it. I think it's good. I really love the aesthetic of this. When you, especially when you first meet it, it feels so primordial. It feels like something from an age before the current age of the world. I think more than any other encounter in the game, it just feels ancient and alien when you just see it hovering there. And then it slowly unfurls. It almost evokes cosmic egg imagery, and I really like that. And I like how time reverses in the cutscene as you go into the boss arena. I think that's all fantastically done. Dryleaf Dane, as a boss, I did not fight. I am aware now that you can go and get him as a boss encounter on his own. I didn't find that. Rip. Didn't find that. You were tearing your hair over that. I need to do that on the next go through, because I did not find that. Elden Beast. Okay. I kept ignoring / misunderstanding the messages. I'm very good at that. Elden Beast is... Elden Beast is... It's kind of C tier for me. Hot take, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the community consensus on Elden Beast is. I think of all of the From Software games I've played, I think it's the worst final boss. Having done Dryleaf Dane really helped you in the NPC fight. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for me, this is the worst final boss out of the From Software games that I've played. And I do consider this separate to Radagon, as I believe does this tier list. Yes, it does. Good. Excellent. This boss really annoyed me. Partially due to the fact that they're tied together, that you have to fight Radagon again every time you want to fight Elden Beast. That really pissed me off. I feel like I probably would have enjoyed both a lot more. A, if they were separate, and B, if I just had more patience. I'm still annoyed with myself for not having the patience to just say, you know what, finish this game another time. But overall, I still think this is C tier, and I think the largest aspect of it being C tier for me is the fact that it moves away from you as much as it does. It zips across this whole arena, and it's so annoying. And I know you can use torrent during the fight, but I actually found it easier not using Torrent during the fight because Torrent kept getting fucking killed. Torrent's dodges and jumps are really weird. The timing on what you do to dodge attacks when you're on Torrent is completely different from the timing when you're off Torrent. And there aren't enough encounters in the game where you're expected to use Torrent to actually teach you how to use Torrent. And the fact that the final boss then is designed in a way that encourages you to use Torrent, I feel is a massive fumble on the developer's part. Things I like, the design of the boss and the arena and the OST are all incredible. I love the way this thing looks. I love the fact that the arena is like an ethereal Ash Lake in a way. I love the soundtrack, especially the vocals in the cutscene as it changes. Really, really good. Unfortunately, the fight itself is not good in my opinion. And I'm sad about that because I really wish it was good. Elmer of the Briar is an S tier boss in my opinion. God, I love this fight. This is another one that I kind of got the hang of quite quickly. I just really enjoyed it so much. It's a fight that rewards being aggressive. It's a fight that rewards staying up near Elmer. It's you and one person with a sword fighting each other, which I really like as a basic premise for the boss. You know, the ones that I enjoy the most tend to be like that. I like his like telekinesis sword. I think is really unique and interesting. I like his whole move set. It's fast paced, it's aggressive. It's one of those ones that feels like a dance, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, this tier list doesn't have the Bell-Bearing Hunters as separate. I enjoy Elmer, specifically the Elmer variant, because there are some Bell-Bearing Hunters that I don't think have the shield. I enjoy the variant with the shield the most, because that's a really, like when he slams the shield into the ground is one of the best like hit opportunities if you roll forwards towards him as he does that. So yeah, one of my favorite bosses. I don't think I would put him quite in my I don't know. I did when I did him initially, I put him as my favorite boss. I don't know. I don't really do like top 5s and top 10s that much. He might be in there. Erdtree Avatar, the generic version. Probably going to be a hot take from me. I don't think I can quite say it's excellent. I almost put it in A tier. B tier. I think a lot of people would put this in C tier because it is one that recurs a lot, and it is, for the most part, the same moveset as Asylum Demon in Dark Souls 1. But it's just really fun. I really like fighting the Erdtree Avatar, and it's got a great OST. I don't really have anything more to say on that. I just really like fighting it. There is something different. There are a few differences between it and the Asylum Demon where I find it a lot more enjoyable than I actually find the Asylum Demon. For example, like the foot stomp Asylum Demon doesn't have that. But yeah, I just really enjoy this, and I think it actually has a really good OST as well. This doesn't separate them based on arena, it separates them based on boss variant, which is unfortunate because I would actually rank them differently depending on arena. I think the one that's in the like ruins place near a wandering mausoleum has kind of an annoying arena, so I might put that one in C tier and the other two in B tier. But yeah, this is a good one. The Erdtree Avatar Duo I will put in C tier. I didn't struggle with it because I was able to separate them, but yeah, it's just another case of like, again, geobosses can work, but really just a geoboss that just duplicates the enemy, that doesn't work. There's one boss I can think of off the top of my head. I suppose technically two. We'll get to one of them actually in this tier list, but there's one boss that I can think of that is genuinely like a really good boss that is multiple enemies and they have the same moveset, and that is Watcher Knights in Hollow Knight. And I think that's really a really unique case of just like they got the perfect moveset for that. Whereas 90% of the time, even, you know, like 99% of the time, it just doesn't work. It's just duplicating an enemy. Doesn't make it more fun. Erdtree Burial Watchdog. This is the sword variant. I don't know. I don't really want to put it in C tier because I actually enjoy fighting it, but I don't want to put it as high as B tier either because it's not in the same tier as like Crucible Knight. I think I'll put it in C tier. It's fun. The basic Erdtree Burial Watchdog. And I'll do the staff one at the same time as well. Also fun. But it's very, very simple. I do really like the design. Aesthetically, these are really interesting, I feel. But yeah, they don't have a huge amount to them. They're just kind of there, so I think C tier is probably the right place for them. The Geoboss. I can't remember much about the Geoboss. It'll be one staff and one sword. But they don't really stay back, the ones with the staff. Like, they're spellcasters, but they still come towards you. So I'm not sure that these movesets work together either. But I don't remember the fight well enough to say whether it's necessarily poor or just low end of passable. I'll put it C for now, and I might change my mind later. And so the lightning one will also go in C as well. Which, it's just a normal one, but it does lightning stuff instead of fire stuff. It's not particularly special. The Erdtree Burial Watchdog with imps, however, will go in D tier. That's a poor boss. It's just the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, but they added 4 imps. What did you do that for? Never do it again. Eskar, Priest of Blood, I did not find. Missed that one. I'm told that apparently it's actually really obvious and I just walked right past the area where Eskar is found. So, whoops. Falling Star Beast. Falling Star Beast is... Is Falling Star Beast a good boss or an excellent boss? I think Falling Star Beast is an excellent boss, actually. I really like fighting Falling Star Beast. Initially, I got annoyed at both Falling Star Beast and full-grown Falling Star Beast, but having fought multiple of them now and got the hang of them, I really enjoy fighting them. I think they have quite a fun moveset. I think full grown is definitely quite a bit harder. Their charge attack is kind of Vort-like. It's quite fun to deal with once you work out the timing for it. The gravity's a bit annoying when you get caught in it, but you know, it's completely manageable. They're just fun. I suppose maybe a small like gripe would be the arena can get a bit weird around the edges because of the way the curve of the crater works. You can kind of get into a bit of trouble there, but it's not really a problem. These are just really enjoyable to fight for me. And I will actually skip ahead slightly and put the full-grown Falling Star Beast up in A tier as well. I think the full-grown Falling Star Beast is better than the normal Falling Star Beast, but I still think the normal Falling Star Beast is also A tier for me. Fell Twins. Fell Twins, weirdly enough, despite my complaining about dual bosses, I am going to put these in B tier. If I come back to them and they're more annoying, you know, I might regret this ranking, but I am, again, trying to base this as much as I can solely on my first playthrough. And I enjoyed this fight on my first playthrough. I did it first try, and it was fun for me. It was difficult, but I enjoyed it. It didn't particularly stand out. I do think it's quite fun how the arena sort of is just blackness. I suppose my biggest negative would be it's kind of difficult to see where the borders of the arena are because it turns black like that, but yeah. I found it fun on my first playthrough. Not much more to say than that. Fia's Champions, awful, hated it, kill it with fire. God, I hate this boss. This was one of the ones that annoyed me the most. It's, oh God, I hated it so much. Oh. I don't like NPC bosses to start with, we've been through that. I don't like multi-bosses to start with, we've been through that. This is a shit ton of fucking NPC bosses in the same arena. I can't remember exactly how this progresses. Don't you fight like a couple initially? One-on-one, and then it summons the three or some dog shit like that? Yeah, so you have the first champion that you fight, and then you fight someone else. You fight, is it Rogier you fight next? And then suddenly you're fighting three of them together. Or maybe Rogier is part of the third part. Anyway, it's like 5 enemies total that you fight over the course of this, and they're all NPCs, and they're all annoying, and there's one of them who's a little bastard who puts death blight over the whole fucking arena, and God, I hate this boss so much with a burning passion. I don't want to talk about it any longer. Oh God. Fire Giant, however, is at the very least A tier. Fire Giant might be S tier. I'm not sure. I think Fire Giant's S tier, actually. Fire Giant's so fun. There are some parts that are difficult. It was a little irritating at first, but once I got the hang of it, it was just, it was really good. It's, again, another incredible spectacle, especially the cutscenes. I think Fire Giant's second phase cutscene is probably my favorite in the whole game. Maybe my favorite cutscene in From Software. just the image of it offering its own foot as like a sacrifice to awaken the god in its chest. Something feels so primeval about that. I think the fell god to me feels the most out of anything in this game like a true god, like a force of the world, because of that cutscene. And also, the boss is reasonably fun to fight. It's a good one. I like it. Yeah, getting it first try probably helps. But yeah, I think this would, I think this qualifies for S tier. I don't think there's any bullshit that I can think of. There are things that are hard, but I don't think there's any bullshit I can think of. It's definitely got a lot of spacing to it, especially in the second phase that you've got to contend with. But it's all manageable. I really like it. Flying Dragon Agil. B tier. Most of the dragons are probably going to go in B tier. This was obviously the first one I fought. I could actually receive arguments for A tier on this one, partially because it was the first one I thought, so it was unique to me. I really enjoyed it. One of the things about dragons, of course, is that they have one of the best OSTs in the game. That definitely improves the experience, but the moveset is great as well. And unlike a certain person's frost breath, the fire breath is reasonably intuitive. Sometimes you'll get hit and you think like, oh, I really shouldn't have got hit there, but generally it's pretty intuitive to tell where the fire breath's going to hit you and where it isn't. And it has a big arena that is very flat and reasonable. There are a couple of obstacles here and there, but they're not really a problem. And it's just really fun. I like that one. I may in fact actually pause for a short break here because I'm coming up on 2 hours. That time has flown by. I think I'm actually about half, maybe slightly over half way through. I think I'm over halfway through these bosses. So I think I'm going to stop for a small break. Come back in about 5 minutes. Give my voice a chance to rest. I'm talking a lot more than I normally do on streams. Yeah, I'll be back very soon. I return from my break to rank more bosses in an objectively incorrect order. Who's next? Frenzied Duelist. I can't remember a huge amount about Frenzied Duelist. It has a move set. It certainly has a move set. I don't think it's a particularly memorable one. It's not bad. I'm not even sure that it's really C tier. It's enjoyable. I would say it's probably B tier. The fact that it's not memorable gives me pause putting it here. But I think actually the experience of fighting it, from what I remember, is pretty fun. So I think it should be there. I look at what else is in C tier, and I don't think it belongs with Chief Bloodfiend and Cemetery Shade and Adan. So I think that's fine for it. Ghost Flame Dragon. This is the one in the Gravesite Plane, I believe. Another B tier one. Like most dragons, I like the Ghost Flame Dragons. They're fine. I don't really have anything to complain about. There isn't too much really with these that's different from like a Yeel, to be honest. I mean, the Ghost Flame is different from normal flame, but functionally it's pretty well the same. Has slightly different effects if you get hit. But yeah, I think that goes in B tier as well. Yeah, I like them. I think they're enjoyable. I don't think they're good enough to be A tier, looking at what else is in A tier here. They are quite a bit different. I didn't notice them being very much different. But I mean, fair enough if they are. The one in battle, however, does fall down to C tier for me because of the context that it's in. Either you need to wait for the battle to finish, which takes ages, or you need to go in while it's still fighting the other soldiers, and then the other soldiers tend to start attacking you while the dragon is still alive, even though you're not damaging them, especially the archers. And that annoys me enough to take the one that's in battle down from B tier to C tier. Because some of those soldiers are actually reasonably difficult. And it just becomes a chaos that's very difficult to manage if you don't wait for the battle to end. And if you do wait for the battle to end, then you've got like 5 full minutes of waiting around in between attempts at this boss. So I think that one goes down to C tier for me. And then the summoner one, I think, is also B tier. It has minions again, but they're a lot more manageable. They're a lot weaker. There are a lot fewer of them. You're not in a situation where you're feeling like maybe I should just wait for them to die, because that's not how the fight works. And generally, I enjoyed fighting this one a lot. I didn't enjoy this one so much. Adula, for me, another B tier one, I'd say. Again, I mean, she has some unique magic attacks that make her stand out from other dragons. I think she's probably my favorite of the dragons. I mean, again, I'm not really ordering these within the tiers, so there's no point particularly moving her around. But of the dragons I've ranked so far, you know, apart from obviously Placidus X, of the like standard type dragons I've ranked so far, I think she's probably my favorite. I enjoyed the Adula fight. I don't remember too well what all her specific moves were, but yeah, they were magic based. I like her a lot more than the other magic based dragon, which I think I'm about to rank. which is Glintstone Dragon Smarag. I think I'm going to put Glintstone Dragon Smarag in C tier. This is a weird one. I never quite got the hang of this. There's a magic like beam attack that Smarag can do that just kind of insta-killed me the first time I fought him. And I never quite worked out how to do it, and I tend to just get a bit frustrated with this fight. You missed most of this? Am I going to fight the bosses I missed? On stream, probably not. I mean, yeah, I've already fought some of them off stream, like the early Rune Bear I fought in my second save file. Because none of them are unique ones. I might do Esgar, I suppose. He's unique. I haven't found him, but he would probably be a pushover. Because I would be so over-leveled for him. But yeah, most of them are a case of, like, I don't really see a reason to. What was I saying about Smarag? I think I'd said just about everything. I just get a bit frustrated with him, so I think C tier for him. He's not bad, he's just a bit mid. Godefroy. Godefroy's a strange one. A lot of people hate the fact that Godefroy exists because he's a reskinned Godric. But the thing is, I absolutely love Godric, and he has the same moveset as Godric. So I can't put him in C tier, because I do really enjoy fighting him. I liked having another opportunity to fight Godric. So I think B tier for me. You like Godefroy as a boss fight? Yeah. Like, yes, the fact that it's a reskin maybe a bit lazy, but I've already made the case for, like, you know, if I enjoy fighting the boss, I'm not going to complain about getting to fight the boss again, personally. Not in an open world game like this, where reuse of assets is much more reasonable because of the size of the game. So I'm going to put Godefroy rather in B tier. He's down a bit from where Godric will be because he is just a reskin and he's easier than Godric and doesn't have the excellent cutscenes. But he's there. He's fun. Godfrey First Elden Lord. Godfrey First Elden Lord is interesting. I don't remember too much of his moveset because I beat him first try. I remember that it's quite different in some ways from actually Godfrey Horaloo. Yeah, basically fighting Godric again once you're better at the game. Exactly. So I think it's fun. I see a lot of people shit on Godfrey online, and I don't think it's entirely fair. But yeah, Godfrey First Elden Lord, I'm going to put in, actually, I'm going to put him in S tier, because when I fought him and I did him first try, I really loved him. He was in my top 10 when I first fought him. So I think he goes in S tier. He's got a really good soundtrack. If you go and listen to the Lord's Apparition, I think it's called, on the OST, it's like a choral version of the main Godfrey's first phase music. And the fact that he isn't just a ghostly reskin of Godfrey, or I suppose Godfrey would be the reskin because you fight him later, but, you know, he does actually have different moves. He is a bit too easy. I agree with that. I did him first try, so I think he is a bit too easy. But he was really fun. I don't know. I might come back to it and put him in A tier, but he's somewhere around here. He's really high on the list. He's really good. I really enjoyed the fight. And that's what matters the most to me. Godfrey First Elden Lord / Horaloo is easy S tier. One of From Software... I can't talk. One of From Software's best bosses easily, in my opinion. He... And again, I'll have to think about this a bit more to make a definitive statement as I'm going through my second playthrough, but he and another boss we're going to get to later in the list have been for the longest time and still are in contention with me for my favorite boss in the whole game, DLC included. I really love Horaloo. He's challenging, but he is fair once you figure him out. The only thing that frustrates me a bit is that the grab attacks are really difficult to deal with in the second phase. They're very, very difficult when he starts Super Smash Brosing you out of the arena. But overall, it's such a good fight. It has a great OST as well, good cutscenes. The reveal of Godfrey and Horaloo being the same person, excellent, top tier. It's just so good. It's how you do a boss fight right, in my opinion. I am going to move First Elden Lord down to A tier, actually. I've been convinced. Because I think he's not quite complex enough to be S tier. I think to be S tier, you got to be a little bit more than what he is. But it's still really good. Godric the Grafted, another S tier boss. When I did Godric, he was my favorite. I think. I'm trying to remember. I think he was my favorite when I did him. Immediately after I'd done him. The OST, again, is incredible. The cutscenes are fantastic. The lines, I am the lord of all that is golden. I command thee, kneel. Just great. And then when you learn the lore of Godric and you find out that he's actually incredibly pathetic, it just makes it even better. I love when he kills you, his line is like, "Great Godfrey, did thou witness?" He's basically saying, "Hey, notice me. Godfrey, notice me. Please notice me." I love it. You didn't like him the first time, but the second playthrough when you got the hang of him, he was really fun. Yeah. The OST, the voice, the moveset, the phase 2 transformation, the fact that it's the first real boss, so to speak. I would say Margit is the first real boss, to be fair, Brian. But yeah. Agree with pretty much everything you're saying there. He's really fun. I love him. I've only fought him twice, because in my first playthrough and then my second save file is not that far past him. But both times I beat him, I've been left feeling, oh, I want to fight him again. And that is what you want to feel after a boss fight. You want to feel, oh, I beat him, that's a shame, I was really enjoying fighting him. And moving on from that, yet another S tier boss, Godskin Apostle. I mean, what can I say? Best OST in the game. And that's coming from a Divine Beast Dancing Lion OST stan. Godskin Apostle, best OST in the game. And also, the boss is really good. The boss is so fun. I don't find it too difficult, the Godskin Apostles on their own, but it is really fun. It's challenging. It's not hugely challenging, but it is challenging, and there's no like negatives that I can think of with the Godskin Apostles on their own. I can't think of a single negative about the fight. I love the design of them. They're so weird, the way they're like stretchy puppets in a way. the god skin stretches, the fact that they are covered in actual skin, then the black flame comes out. I really wish, one of my biggest disappointments with Elden Ring is that we don't get to see the Glow-Eyed Queen. All the Godskin Apostle stuff talking about the Glow-Eyed Queen they serve, like, why is that not a boss? Miyazaki, Glow-Eyed Queen DLC when? I want it. Now, the other Godskin related stuff I am not so passionate about. Godskin Apostle and Godskin Noble Spirit Caller Snail, I think, is passable. Fighting the Godskin Apostle part is fun. It's the fighting the Godskin Noble part I don't like. And the fact that it's the two one after the other just sort of in a cave. When you attacked the lady who was eating Rykard Tanith and the knight attacked you, was that the knight bodyguard looking knight that never said anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yes, we did fight that knight. I went back in, was it the last stream? I think it was the beginning of the last stream. No, it was the third last stream, the same one that I beat Promised Consort Radahn and Malenia in. I went back because I'd been thinking for a while I can't see anything to do there except maybe hit Tanith. So I went back and hit Tanith and I got that. But yes, it is the same one. I mean, to be fair, I don't think you're slow. He doesn't draw much attention to himself, and he looks a bit similar to the Crucible Knights in a way, I think. So I think it's fair enough to not notice that. But anyway, yes, the Godskin Apostle and Godskin Noble Spirit Caller Snail. You know, it's nice fighting a Godskin Apostle. It's dragged down by the fact that you have to fight a Godskin Noble. The Spirit Caller Snail stuff in general is a bit weird. They're not too memorable. They just summon other bosses, which I'm not a huge fan of. So I think C tier is good for that. I don't know why muting and unmuting my microphone there momentarily sent my page scrolling right back to the top. You vote D for that snail? Honestly, fair enough. I'm gonna put it here. Again, I'm not ordering these within the ranks, but having it at the top here left feels wrong. It's definitely on the lower end of C tier for me. Godskin Duo. I believe this is a hot take in the community, but if not for hot takes, what are we doing this for? E tier, awful. Fuck this fight. I hate it so much. This fight for me is the epitome of their movesets don't complement one another. I don't know if I just got super aggressive RNG on them, but I could not separate them, and when you can't separate them, you can't fight them. You're like all the bosses you got first try. I don't know how you got this first try. I beat this boss by sending Godskin Noble to sleep. That's how I did it. They feel like they're designed, visually at least, to remind one of Ornstein and Smo. There's a large, chunky one, and then a small, deft, lithe one. Except neither one of them moves particularly slowly. They move at about the same speed. And they just absolutely ruin your entire day, especially when Godskin Noble goes into its big fucking spinning bullshit move. I like that we have in the chat both sort of extremes of the opinions with first tries. Fergus likes all bosses he got first try. Brian doesn't like the one, typically doesn't like the ones he got first try. You used the pillars? I tried, it didn't work. That's the thing. It tried and I tried and it didn't work. They kept coming around the pillars. Smo gets stuck on the pillars. Godskin Noble just fucking spins around them like a bloody bone wheel. I don't like Godskin Geo. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There are quite a lot of bosses that I did first try that I like, and then there are quite a lot that I don't. So, to be fair, I did a lot of bosses first try because there are a lot of very simple bosses in this game. Godskin Noble is, for me... J-Man, by Godskin Bible, did you mean Godskin Noble? That's an amusing autocorrect. For me, Godskin Noble is D tier, not C tier. I really didn't enjoy this fight, and a large amount of it has to do with that... Yeah, Noble. A large amount of it has to do with that, like, rolling along the ground attack. I found it so annoying. As well as the belly slap attack. I feel like is kind of unintuitive with its timing. I also feel like Godskin Noble's arena is kind of weird. There's pews everywhere and you can kind of use the pillars, but also it kind of obstructs you as much as it obstructs the boss. I feel. Oh, I also think it's a crime, by the way. I think it's possibly From Software's most heinous crime that Godskin Duo is the only Godskin fight in the game that uses the phase 2 of the Godskin Nobles music, because the phase 2 is just as incredible as the phase 1 and you only get to hear it on a dogshit boss. Massive crime. Yeah, I agree, Brian. I think if it wasn't for the role, Godskin Noble would probably be B tier, and Godskin Duo would probably be like D or C as well. That role has so much to answer for. The role is not manageable. I've been told the strategy and I've seen the strategy and I can't get it. It just doesn't work. My brain does not accept. Golden Hippopotamus. The thing that I struggle for Golden Hippopotamus, I really hated this boss when I did it. I died 8 times to this boss. Holy shit, that's a lot for me. I really hated it when I did it, which a large part of that was because of the grab attack. But then with the other hippopotamus enemies in the DLC, I ended up getting the hang of that grab attack. So I don't know if I should put it higher up than I would put it based solely on my experience with the Golden Hippopotamus boss fight, because I might enjoy it more now that I've kind of got the hang of that grab. I've never tried parrying Godskin Noble. If you can parry it, that might make it a bit easier. I feel like you wouldn't be able to parry it. I recommend trying to learn to parry though. Some of these bosses are really fun to parry. Some get absolutely trivialized by parrying. I've been parrying a lot on my second playthrough, and there are some bosses that are so much easier. But yeah, Golden Hippopotamus. What do we say with this? Do I base this entirely on my experience with the boss itself? Or do I factor in my experience with the non-boss enemies once I got the hang of the grab? Because this will affect its ranking. Yeah, if I'm just confining myself to my experience with the boss, and therefore I don't include my opinion of it now that I have the hang of the grab attack, then this is D tier for me. If I include, I think, what my experience will be the next time I fight it, now that I've worked out how to dodge the grab with the normal enemies, then I think it would go up to C tier. It's still a bit annoying in times, but not as bad once I have the grab. I think I'm going to put it in C tier because there have been a few others where I've been like, on reflection, you know, I hated them after the fight, but on reflection, I think they're better than I initially would have ranked them. So I think it's fair to do that for Golden Hippopotamus as well. I think this is C tier. This is quite an annoying fight a lot of the time, but it is manageable, particularly once you work out that grab. Grafted Scion. I was just fighting Grafted Scion again in my second save file yesterday, and it was still really annoying. D tier. I don't like this boss. I don't know what it is, it's just really annoying. I never feel like I have the hang of it. I always feel like I'm just out healing and out damaging it. I cannot for the life of me work out how you get a hit on Grafted Scion without getting hit yourself. I love the design of it. I should say that about Golden Hippopotamus as well. I like the design of Golden Hippopotamus. Visually, I think it's really good. But the actual experience of fighting it, not so much. You like going back to Grafted Scion and defeating it in 2 hits? Oh, I didn't defeat it in 2 hits on this one because I came back reasonably early on my second playthrough. I can't remember when I beat it on my first playthrough, but on my second playthrough, I got to it about as early as I could yesterday. And it was still pretty tough. I mean, I got it first try, but it wasn't a fun first try. Now, I need to look up what the difference between Grave Warden Duelist and Frenzied Duelist is, because I've already ranked Frenzied Duelist, but I actually think I was ranking Frenzied Duelist based on my opinion of Grave Warden Duelist. What is the difference? Does anyone know what the difference is? One has frenzy. I don't think it does, though. It's frenzied, but I don't think it has the frenzy ability or status. Field boss found in jail cave. What does it do, though? Axe, ball and chain swing. This just looks like the normal thing. Okay, I'll put them both at the same. They're both B tier. I can't see what the difference is between these two bosses on the wiki. They just look like they're the same thing as far as I can tell. I enjoy fighting them. They're nothing special, but I like fighting them. I don't think that they are... I mean, yeah, they don't stand out, but I think I enjoy the fight too much to put them in C tier. So I think they can be B tier. Great Worm Theodorix. Another one that's kind of difficult. It's definitely more positive than negative. It's either B or C. And I think part of it is based on the arena in large part. There's the large land octopodes nearby that are kind of awkward to deal with and can get involved in the fight. I don't know why, I found this one more awkward to fight than Magma Worm Makar. And I can't determine why. I'm gonna say B tier. It was fun. I liked the fight. I enjoyed the experience. I had fun. Guardian Golem, I have fought on my second playthrough, but again, since I missed it on my first playthrough, I'm going to put it in the bosses I missed category. It would probably be in like C or D because it's just a golem. There's nothing special about it. Jagged Peak Drake. Like most dragons, I'm putting this in B tier. I don't have a problem with these dragons being reskinned and appearing throughout the game. I like fighting them a lot. I enjoyed fighting the Jagged Peak Drake, it was fun. Jagged Peak Drake, Wounded Drake, however, I'm going to put like C tier. Again, I'll re-stress, these are not ordered within the tiers, but if they were, it would be around the top of C tier. I do like that you can just watch the two fighting each other, but as a fight, I feel like it would be more fun if one of them was like genuinely on your side and turned into an NPC if you saved it. Missed opportunity in my opinion. It's just a bit awkward if you get both of them aggroed on you, as I briefly did. Jory, Elder Inquisitor. Terrible. I hate this fight. It summons like 6,000 enemies and they blast you with a million rune arcs and it's just horrible. I think I did 2 attempts of this and then summoned the mimic here. This was, I think, the only boss in my playthrough. You fight it to get into Abyssal Woods, Brian. It's at the entrance to Abyssal Woods. So not only is it bad, one of the best bosses in the game is locked behind it. I think it's the only boss in any game that I can think of that is so terrible that I genuinely just laughed. Like, I genuinely remember so many enemies spawning. Normally if like 4 enemies spawned or something and started blasting me, I would get annoyed. But there were so many spawned and started blasting me that I just started laughing. It became a comedy. So, actually S tier, no. It's just bad. Kindred of Rot. He had an army. He genuinely has an army. And it's like, what were you doing? Kindred of Rot, again, I didn't find. That might be the last one I didn't find. No, there's another one there I see that I didn't find. A couple, actually. 3, never mind. I've missed so many basic bosses. All the ones I missed are basic bosses. Knight of the Solitary Jail. Knight of the Solitary Jail, in my opinion, is D tier if you don't parry him. If you parry him, he's B tier. So overall, I'm putting him in C tier. Because for a long time I didn't think of parrying him, and I got so annoyed at him that the bitterness within me can't bring itself to put this boss in B tier. And mostly it's in the crossbow. Yeah, there are quite a lot of good bosses coming up reasonably soon. You would have liked him more if you didn't do him when you were ridiculously underleveled? Yeah, absolutely. That can't help, but I would have liked him more if he didn't have his fucking crossbow. But yeah, C tier overall, with the little asterisk that I only managed to beat him once I parried him. Leonine Misbegotten, easily A tier, maybe S tier. I love this boss. For a long time, this was weirdly... I don't think he's quite S tier. I think he's A tier. He stays in A tier, but he's near the top of A tier. For a long time, this was the boss that killed me the most, actually. It wasn't until Horaloo that something overtook Leonine Misbegotten, and I think that's because this was one of the few bosses that I really just sat there and did until I killed it, instead of doing the sort of open world thing of going to other places when I started struggling with a boss. But I really love this fight. There's nothing unfair about it. It's very aggressive. It just rewards you learning the moveset. And playing aggressively yourself as well. Also, parryable. Parrying it's quite fun. Again, that's on my second file, so I'm not factoring that into this tier list, but fun to parry. Recommend trying parrying him. You would be surprised what attacks you can parry. One of the jumping attacks you can parry, or at least the animation kind of looks like it's jumping forwards. And I was doing it and I hit the parry button and immediately thought, no, that's not a parryable attack because it's jumping through the air, and then it parried it. Yes, drops the grafted greatsword. Yes, it drops the Iron Throne greatsword. I need to do a strength build at some point. I never play strength weapons in these games. Maybe I can use that when I do a strength playthrough. Lich Dragon Fortisax. I may be about to have a hot take here because I know a lot of people love this fight. I don't hate it. I got reasonably annoyed with it. I think I'm going to put it in B tier. It was so long ago that I can't remember all of the things that I got annoyed at. I think it was mainly to do with the lightning that comes up from underneath you. The way you have to keep moving a lot, which makes it very difficult to get a lot of damage in. It does have a great moveset. I love the visuals of it. I love the OST. It's got a fantastic soundtrack. I don't like that it's locked behind doing Fia's questline, because I don't like Fia. She makes me uncomfortable. But overall, good boss. Good boss. I think probably if I did it again, now that I've kind of, I'm better at the game now, once I do it again on my second playthrough, I anticipate I'll probably like it more. But for now, based on my first playthrough only, I think B tier. Yeah, I don't know. You're still confused on how to get to him? It's a bit weird. You gotta do Fia's questline. I can't remember exactly how it works. I think her questline kind of progressed without me doing much. Because I managed to do it in my playthrough even though I put off doing anything with her for a long time. Yeah, you just have to hug her a lot. But yeah, it is a bit weird, this game, how they decide which bosses get achievements and which don't. I'm not entirely sure how they decide that. Like, Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella has an achievement, and I'm not sure why. Loretta, Knight of the Halleck Tree. This is an interesting one because I feel like this version of the boss isn't as good as the version you get in Carrion Manor. And I can't work out why. It's not that it's annoying, it's just not as challenging. Did anyone else find that? I found this really easy when I got to the Halleck Tree and I did this one. Oh, I like them both a lot. I don't know what it is. This one just felt less good. I think I can't work out whether this one goes in A tier or B tier. It's either lower A tier or upper B tier. I think it's gonna go lower A tier because it's really fun. And when we get to the other one, she will be in A tier as well. Mad Pumpkinhead, C tier. Mad Pumpkinhead's fine. It's just there isn't much to it. I could even hear arguments for D tier, to be honest. Don't like how you have to go through a bunch of enemies just to retry her boss fight. To be fair, you can sneak past them all quite easily. There's I think a shortcut nearby that takes you makes it so it's very short run back. Isn't there a Stake of Marika? There might not be one. There isn't one on unless you're talking about the spirit version that's in Carrion Manor. There isn't a Stake of Marika for that one for some fucking reason. So you have to go past the enemy with the crossbow. That's annoying. Yeah, there is a duo of them. You're right, Brian, but that's counted as a separate one. I think I'm going to put the normal Mad Pumpkinhead in C tier and the duo in D tier, because there's nothing offensive about the normal Mad Pumpkinhead, and I do like the design of it and how it's blind, although I do feel that the blindness of the Mad Pumpkinhead is not very well integrated into the mechanics. A lot of the time it doesn't feel like it's blind. I feel like audio versus visual should have a much bigger impact on fighting this boss than it actually does. The Mad Pumpkinhead duo I will put in D tier because, again, their movesets don't really complement each other. They're still ridiculously easy, but it's like, okay, whatever. Yeah, the swords bonking off their head is quite fun as well. I haven't tried parrying them, actually. I bet they're parryable. I don't know why every time I momentarily mute my microphone, unmuting it sends my bloody page scrolling right up to the top. Magma worm. Which magma worm is this? I think this is a picture of the wrong magma worm. Let me double check this. Because that looks like the magma worm that you fight in Volcano Manor, which isn't actually a boss. Or it might be the Gale Tunnel one. Okay, this is kind of difficult because the Gale Tunnel one and the Mount Gelmir one are not counted as separate on this tier list, but I consider them very separate. So the Mount Gelmir one, I would give B tier, It's enjoyable. I like that fight. There isn't a magma worm outside in Caelid. Yes, Makar is the one to Altus Plateau. There's one outside in Mount Gelmir. There's one in Gale Tunnel, at the end of a tunnel in Caelid. So the Gale Tunnel one is in Caelid, but it's not outside. There's also one in Volcano Manor, but it doesn't have a boss bar. So the problem with this is that this one that just says Magma Worm is accounting for both the Gale Tunnel one and the Mount Gelmir one. The Mount Gelmir one for me is B tier because I like fighting Magma Worms generally. The Gale Tunnel one, however, for me is C tier because its arena isn't big enough. It's a Magma Worm which are designed for large arenas, stuck in a small arena. And the problem is that I don't know how to rank this because this is doing two encounters which I rank differently. I think I'm going to put this at the top of C tier because the picture is the one in Gale Tunnel. So I feel like that one takes precedence here because the Gale Tunnel one is definitely C tier because the small arena just doesn't work for me. Magma Worm Makar, however, B tier, probably high B tier to be honest. I really liked that. I don't think he quite goes up to A tier. Partially just because I didn't find it very challenging, but also I don't know, it doesn't feel like an A tier fight to me, but it's definitely a fun boss. I like it. There isn't a huge amount more to say. It kind of reminds me of Quelaag quite a bit. For people who've played Dark Souls 1. Which is also a good boss. Now, we're going to start getting to some hot takes. I'm about to invite hate comments. Oh dear. Oh, I'm gonna piss off the From Software community with this one. What have I done? I can feel them storming towards me. No, actually, I'm probably gonna put her in C tier, to be honest. D tier is definitely how I felt after fighting the boss. But I think with hindsight, from the position I'm in now, I think C tier. A large part of it, 95% of my frustration with this boss is the healing mechanic. I can't tell you how much I hate the healing mechanic. I can't tell you how much I hate it. It's so annoying. Especially if you get hit with the fucking waterfowl dance. She heals so much health if she hits you with that. And it is easily one of the hardest attacks in all of From Software to dodge. Now, good things about this fight. Good OST. Field of Flowers, always a good boss arena. Great cutscenes, great lore. I like her design. Don't get hit and she won't heal. Yeah, exactly. The problem is they paired that with one of the hardest attacks to dodge. I'm also not a great fan of her doing a shit ton of Scarlet Rot in the second phase. That kind of pulls it down a bit for me as well. You've dodged it like twice. Yeah, exactly. I think I might have dodged every bit of it once just by complete accident. But generally I could not dodge it. So yeah, it's pulled down to C tier for me because of the waterfowl dance, the healing mechanic, and the scarlet rot. I feel like any one of those without the other two, it would probably be in B tier. But the multiple of those together is just, it's a problem. It's a problem. And I definitely would have put her in D tier if I did this tier list immediately after fighting her. Poor Rock Goddess in C tier, I know. It's where she goes for me. We might have several hot takes coming up, to be honest. Malekith for me is B tier. I don't enjoy the movesets really in either phase that much. Like, I'm not a fan of either phase much, but I think phase 2 I would enjoy a lot more if it didn't have the damage over time mechanic. The destined death damage ticks really hurts my enjoyment. I feel like Malekith should be an A or even S tier fight, but there's just something that doesn't vibe for me, and that's part of it. I'm trying to remember the OST. I can't actually remember the OST. I feel like it's a good one, but I can't conjure it to mind. I know you got Malekith first try. Be quiet. Don't talk to me. I do really like the reveal that Garank is Malekith. Took you like 8, J-Man? Why is everyone better at this game than me? It took me 12. Actually, 12 deaths, 13 attempts. I also don't like that you can fall off the side of his arena, okay? Can I add that on? I realize I put him in B tier and then I've done nothing but complain about him. Overall, like, he should... Ancestor Spirit is above Malekith, okay? That's my opinion. My tier... Ancestor Spirit is easily above Malekith. Only hot takes on this channel. I will defend that one to the moment I die. More memorable design of the boss itself. I had more fun, better OST. All opinions are great, except anyone who puts Lamenter anywhere above a tier of his own. That's the only opinion that isn't great. If anyone puts Lamenter above the worst tier, then we're not allowed to associate. For clarification, for people who can't hear sarcasm, that's a joke, just so that I don't get any hate comments on this VOD. Our lists will be completely different. Yeah, that's the fun of tier lists. If I go to a tier list, I don't like to see someone do the exact same ranking as me. I like to see what's different. Lamenter S tier? Never speak to me again. Never speak to me again. Margit the Fell Omen. I really want to put Margit in S tier, and I'm gonna do it. And you can't stop me. Margit's just really fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to put into words why I think this boss is in S tier. If you were to make a list, 70% of the bosses would be in bosses I missed tier. That's fair. This is a huge game. It took me 200 hours to finish this playthrough, and there's still a reasonable number of bosses here that I missed. But yeah, Margit, for a start, the OST is very good. Just the setting of the fight, the cutscenes to begin with, the fact that it's the first real fight that you face in the game, the phase 2 transition, yeah, I can completely understand A tier, but he was in my top 10 for so long, I feel like I have to put him in S tier. You hated Margit the first time, it wasn't until your second playthrough you got the hang of him. Yeah, he definitely takes a while to get the hang of, and I think that's because he has a lot of the stuff that is kind of new to Elden Ring in the combat. He has more of the delayed attacks, but he doesn't, for me, he doesn't have ones that are like over delayed the way a lot of the later bosses do. With the exception of maybe one. There's one that he holds over his head for so long. But overall, oh, I love this fight. I enjoyed doing him again. I actually stance broke him on my my second file with the katana. The katana special attack stance breaks so many bosses. But yeah, really, really fun one. And of course, great voice acting again. We might be coming up on another hot take here. It's another C tier boss for me. First time you played him, you used 2 summons on him and he didn't stand a chance. Yeah, that's fair. He's definitely very difficult. Mesmer is another one like Malenia, where if I did this ranking immediately after fighting him, I would put him in D tier. I have some really big gripes with this boss. First of all, get the obvious one out of the way. This boss killed me after I killed him. And then he stayed dead, and the game counted it, and it was so unsatisfying. It was the least satisfying thing ever. It was so unsatisfying that I reset my save file to my last backup, which thankfully I hadn't done anything else since the last backup but fight him. But it was so annoying that it's the only time in that playthrough that I actually went back to a backup save file to undo that. So that doesn't help my opinion of this fight. I don't think any boss should have effects that are able to kill you after the fight is over. I think as soon as the boss is killed, the game should cease the damage from all of the boss's effects. Anything that visually lingers afterwards, that's fine, but it shouldn't damage you anymore. Those snakes shouldn't have been able to spawn because they hadn't spawned in yet when I killed him. The death animation started and then he went up into the sky and turned into a snake while he was dying. That's bullshit. It happened for you, but with Gaius, that will be just as annoying. Now, the other thing is, I was already annoyed with this boss. I feel there are some attacks that are a little bit unintuitive, that are really hard. I still don't know when you're meant to heal in this fight. I have no idea. And I have no idea what you're supposed to do really with phase 2 either. Like, the snakes all over the screen attack just feels undodgeable to me. I'm constantly getting hit by it. I don't understand what you're supposed to do there. But the other big thing for me is the grab attack. I fully was grabbed by that while I was like a meter away from it at once. Like, there was such a big gap between me and his hand, and he grabbed me. And that's actually the only time that sort of thing's really happened to me in a game. That hasn't even happened to me with Pursuer in Dark Souls 2, where it famously happens to people. So that's, if you'll pardon the pun, has tarnished my opinion of this boss a bit. And that's why he's in C tier. Maybe on subsequent playthroughs I will enjoy the boss more, perhaps. I like to think that after Promised Consort Radahn, I've kind of learned a little bit more patience. I recognise that didn't ring true when I then went on and did Malenia and Radagon and Elden Beast, but part of me there was like, this is 200-hour save file. I want to finish this game. Now, moving on to Meteor, Mother of Fingers. And it's yet another C tier from me. I don't know what the general opinion of Meteor is in the community. I love the soundtrack. Phase 1, that is. Phase 2 isn't really much of a soundtrack. Phase 1's soundtrack is really good. I love the arena. Probably my favorite From Software arena. It's so Lovecraftian. I love the design of the boss. I don't enjoy fighting the boss. I don't really have a huge amount more to say on it than that, other than I just didn't really enjoy the fight itself. I don't know what other people think in that regard. I also initially thought that was an acronym I didn't know. I was about to ask what it meant, but then you deleted it. You just hugged Meteor and started attacking her, got her second try. I got her pretty quickly as well because she bleeds really easily. But there wasn't any fun to it. Like, that's not particularly fun. So I don't really have a huge amount to say about her other than her design and her OST make me feel like she's such a missed opportunity because she should have been a really good boss, but I just didn't find it fun. What more can I say? Midra, however, I think Midra's S tier. Probably. He's either S tier or A tier. I think he's S tier. Yeah, he's S tier. Midra's really good. I struggled initially, but then I started getting the hang of it. Quite after only a couple of attempts, I kind of started getting the hang of it. Some of the bursts of frenzy fire in phase 2 are really hard to deal with, but it's just so fun, and it's terrifying. Midra's Manse is probably my favorite area. One of, certainly. It's just the atmosphere of the area and the fight. The atmosphere, the OST, the design, him pulling the sword out of himself in the cutscene, and then his head becoming that, and just, it's so good. That cutscene was really good, really viscerally frightening. Excellent horror. I think probably the most horror that there is in this game is the Midra stuff. Midra's area is excellent. And of course, he's Lord of Frenzied Flame, and as we all know, the Frenzied Flame ending is the good ending. I got the good ending. Right? I got the good ending. That's why Melina said she was going to kill me, because the ending I got was too good. She said you can't have a good ending that good. You got to die because your ending's too good. I would never get the bad ending. Mimic tier is passable, in my opinion. It's an NPC type fight, which I don't enjoy. It's your moveset reflected at you, which is an interesting idea, but for me at least, I found it quite easy to deal with. And I think part of that is because when your moveset's reflected at you, You already know your moveset. You've done it before. It's your moveset. So it's not very hard. And it's not especially interesting once you get past the novelty of, oh, it's me fighting me. You'd say it's poor? That's fair. I mean, it's definitely lower C tier. I don't think it's all the way to poor for me. Oh, you could equip a bunch of pointless... You could just unequip everything and then re-equip everything, and it's like... during the fight, and it's like, okay, well... cheesed. I didn't even think of that. Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Now, I've glanced over this template already before starting this stream, and I can say right away, I've already noticed this weird inconsistency. So we have Miranda the Blighted Bloom here, and then over here we have Omen Killer and Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Now the latter, Omen Killer and Miranda the Blighted Bloom, is the only time that a large Miranda flower is a boss fight. This boss fight of Miranda the Blighted Bloom on its own doesn't exist as a boss fight in the game. I've checked on the wikis. It only appears in the context of the dual fight with an Omen Killer. So I'm going to add another row here. Oops. It's not on the wikis anywhere. I can't find any record of it on the wiki, so I'm adding a row for boss does not exist. Let's make that slightly lighter grey so that you can actually read the text. I mean, I'm looking on the other wiki right now, and it says it's only fought in the context of a dual one. I can look on the Fextra Life as well. There are multiple different wikis. Let's look on Fextra Life. Let's look on Fandom. Another... yeah. Wait now, wait now, wait now. Wait now, wait now. Fextra Life claims it exists. So Fandom and Eldenpedia agree that Miranda the Blighted Bloom only appears as a dual boss, but Fextra Life claims that it appears in the Tombsward Cave. Let's go and look for the Tombsward Cave on the other two wikis. Wait, this one agrees Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Interesting. So the pages on these wikis are a bit... yes, I think I missed it. The pages on these wikis are inconsistent because some of the pages insist that it only appears as a duo boss. Well, they're both in a cave, but one of them's in a cave in... the one with the duo boss is in a cave in Altos Plateau, whereas the other one's in a cave in Weeping Peninsula, apparently. But yes, weird. The two wikis that said that Miranda the Blighted Bloom only appears as a duo boss do actually have this cave and agree that this cave has this as the boss, but on this boss's page it doesn't mention that cave. So there's some inconsistencies there. Someone from the wiki needs to fix that. According to the wiki they do. I'll put it in bosses I missed anyway. I missed it. Misbegotten Crusader. Misbegotten Crusader is just Leonine Misbegotten, but it has some holy stuff going on. I don't really remember a huge amount about the fight. I think I'm probably going to just stick it in B tier. And I did it quite recently, and again, I just remember it as being, I think it's just Leonine Misbegotten again, but there's some holy stuff going on, which, like, it's in a cave, which I feel doesn't fit quite as well with Leonine Misbegotten. I think Leonine Misbegotten is best suited as an outside enemy rather than an inner cave enemy. I don't really have any more opinions to offer on that one. It's just fine. It's good. I like the sword. The sword looks really good. Leonine's in a Crucible duo. Yes, that's somewhere. Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior. I put that in D tier because their movesets don't complement one another, in my opinion. I didn't enjoy that double fight. Speaking of D tier, hello Morg Lord of Blood. I might be crucified again. This is another case of one, in my opinion, should be a good boss. It has everything to be a good boss, but unfortunately, there are just certain things about it which I'm going to explain. The hilarious thing is, I put Morg Lord of Blood in D tier there, and immediately my concurrent viewers on the YouTube Live tab got cut in half. Now, to be fair, the YouTube Live tab is often just completely lying about the number of concurrent viewers you have anyway, but it was great timing. Morg, for me, should be a good boss, but there are certain things that really just make me hate the fight. I will get to the most egregious thing for me last. So the first part, the graves in the fight are annoying. The arena is annoying. You get stuck on graves very easily, and you can't break the graves. I can't even remember if Morg can break the graves. Maybe he can. But the arena's annoying for me. I find the arena annoying. The arena gets even more annoying in phase 2 because he starts putting fire all over the fucking floor, and it makes it very difficult to maneuver around the arena. Or at least I found it really difficult to find somewhere to stand where you wouldn't catch fire. And the thing I hate the most is the Nihil move. In my opinion, scripted damage like that, it's just bad. That's just bullshit. I understand plenty of people don't mind that, but for me, it's nah, fuck that. Not only is it scripted damage, it's scripted damage plus it heals him, so it's double bad for me because I don't like enemies that heal either. But yeah, no, just no. The fact that and it has a hidden item to help, and it's just like it's just a no. It's just a no from me on that move. I think that is, again, there's no such thing as objectively bad because good and bad are inherently opinions. But that's, for me, is as close to objectively bad as you can get when it comes to game design. I would be fine with it if you could roll to avoid it, if it was just a case of rolling to avoid that. And then I'd be like, that's good. I like the drama of the countdown to phase 2. But that's not the case. It's just scripted damage. My favourite thing about this boss fight is the OST. Morg, Lord of Blood, is easily, for me, one of the best OSTs in the game, and I think in all of From Software. It's really, really good. I love Morg's OST. Unfortunately, I struggle to enjoy it during the boss fight because I'm too busy being annoyed at the boss fight. Now, when it comes to Morg the Omen, simpler version of Morg doesn't have a phase 2, has a slightly less filled out version of the OST, essentially. That does go in B tier for me. I actually really enjoy Morg the Omen fight. It was in my top 10 for a long time. It's a bit simple, so I don't, and it doesn't have a second phase, so I can't put it above that. But the fact that the much simpler no phase 2, not quite as good OST version of this fight is as high as B tier shows you where the full fight should be. I feel like this is a fight that very easily could have been A or even S tier for me. But they fumbled it with certain things, particularly the Nihil. Morgott the Omen King. Morgott the Omen King is the boss I mentioned earlier when ranking Hoaraloo that is in contention with Hoaraloo for my favourite boss in the game. One of these two bosses is probably my favourite boss in Elden Ring, and I can't decide which one it is. I wonder if it's a coincidence or not that they're both in the same arena as well. I mean, it's a really good arena because it's large and there's no bullshit obstacles to get in your way. I adore this fight so much. It has an excellent OST. It has a great cutscene revealing Margit is Morgott. In fact, yeah, both of the fights in this arena involve a character revealing that they are the same as another character. Yeah, the sword change in the cutscene. The fact that Morgott's moves actually do build on Margit's moves as well is really good. I love that. Like, they're not the same moves, but they are developments of the moves that Margit had, and you can use your knowledge of Margit to factor into helping you fight Morgott. I really like that. So yeah, one of these two bosses is probably my favorite boss in this game. Really, really good. Necromancer Garrus. Who the fuck is that again? Oh, that's the guy that's in like a cave somewhere with his dogs? Am I remembering that right? Who is this man? Oh no, he's got skeletal snails, not dogs. And you had some kind of minion. I have fought this guy, haven't I? Yes, I have. Oh, oh yeah, I fought him during the stream where I went back and found a lot of bosses that I missed, so I killed 14 bosses in that stream, because there were tons of early game ones I'd missed. I think he's D. I don't remember anything about him other than that he was pathetic, so I think he goes in D tier. That's as good as he gets from me. And now onto the Knights Cavalry. I'm actually going to do the first two Knights Cavalry here first, and then do the Knights Cavalry duo. Because I feel like the stuff that I talk about with these two, it just makes more sense to do these two first. He was annoying, not... Do you mean not over-leveled? Either way, I think he's D tier. Anyway, Knights Cavalry Flail. The Flail one for me, I think they're both A tier. These. Knights Cavalry is really fun. I love the Knights Cavalry. I think I like the Halberd one more than the Flail one, also There's a little spelling mistake in the tier list template. It says halberd rather than halberd. I think they're both about the same. I think I enjoy the halberd one more than the flail one, but I can't really pinpoint why. But overall, these bosses are really fun and aesthetically incredible. They're so dark and intimidating. They would very much not be out of place in some sort of gothic setting. They have an excellent OST. They're just very good. I really like the Knights Cavalry, and I am so upset that I thought most of them over-leveled in my original playthrough. I haven't come across Tree Sentinels yet. The list of bosses is in alphabetical order, Brian, so we're on N currently. Which, interestingly, you can see from the fact that we're on N, which is near the middle of the alphabet, that the names of bosses in Elden Ring skew much more towards the first half of the alphabet than the second half. Don't know why, but they do. Probably because of all of the G's and M's. Godric and Godfrey and God this and God that and God the next thing. Knights Cavalry is probably one of your favourite boss enemies in the game in terms of their ominous presence. Yeah, the atmosphere of Knights Cavalry is so good. They're definitely high A tier. I love them. Every time I look at this, I consider putting Blackblade Kindred in S tier. Sorry, I just like Blackblade Kindred so much. Yeah, fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm moving Blackblade Kindred up to S tier. I just enjoy fighting the fight so much. Fighting the fight? What am I doing? Oh my god. Help, I'm losing my mind. I've been sitting here talking for 3 hours and 20 minutes and I'm losing my mind. Especially the one outside the Bestial Sanctum, it's just, I enjoyed it so much. I had so much fun doing that fight. I can't help it. It's S tier. Now, Knights Cavalry Duo, I'm going to put in B tier instead of A tier. I didn't fight these together. They're not very close to each other. You gotta fight that fight, exactly. They're not very close to each other, so you only aggro one at a time half the time, I feel like. So they're not really a duo fight, and I feel like they probably would be annoying if you did aggro both of them. But they're still Knights Cavalry, so they gotta go in B tier. And I did enjoy fighting them one by one, as I did. So that's fun. The Knights Cavalries can't be lower than B tier. Nox Swordstress and Nox Priest. I'm going to put these in C tier, I think. I didn't find these until really late on, so I was over leveled and spent the whole time trying to parry and mostly failing. They're both quite fast and they both have fast, sort of longer range attacks, so I don't really feel like their movesets are that complementary. As is the case with a lot of double bosses in this game. I don't really have a huge amount more to say. Neither of them are very complex. They're both pretty simple movesets, but I feel like they would be really hard and quite annoying if you went and did them at the right level. So I'm kind of feeling like I probably will wait to be a bit over-leveled again on my next playthrough. Not as much over-leveled, but a bit over-leveled before I actually do them again. I think C tier is the right place for them. Omen Killer. Omen Killer is B tier. Omen Killer's fun. I like Omen Killer. I would prefer that his boss fight wasn't right next to a couple of dogs. That does take it down slightly, but it's still B tier. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really bad about him. His arena's a bit weird, but he's got an enjoyable moveset. He does become a normal enemy later on in the game, so he kind of loses the intimidation factor a bit for that, but when you first meet him, good boss, I think. You find him C because he's not unique. That's fair, that's fair. Omen Killer and Miranda the Blighted Bloom. I don't know whether to put this in C or D tier. When I did it, again, I was over-leveled, and I just was parrying Omen Killer for fun to see if he could be parried, and he can be. Miranda the Blighted Bloom didn't fucking do anything during this fight. I feel like it's gotta go D tier because they're just not... Yeah, it's a stupid combo. The enemies don't go together. Like, I don't know, why are these here? I can't work out why these two enemies are here. Omen Killer and Duelist would make more sense, although I feel like they'd be annoying together because they're both quite fast and aggressive. So I'm not sure they would go that well together. But Miranda the Blighted Bloom just didn't do anything when I was fighting Omen Killer. Genuinely did nothing. She didn't attack until I started attacking her. So that fight was just kind of weird. Onyx Lord. Onyx Lord's fine. I think probably B tier. I think Onyx Lord's reasonably fun. I could see an argument for C tier because, again, they become a normal enemy later on. But I think I quite enjoyed doing Onyx Lord as a fight, if I remember correctly. The problem with this one is it's such an early game one, and I haven't done it in my second playthrough yet. So I struggle to remember all of its moves and how I felt about it upon first doing it. But I think it's a B tier. The one on the beach? I don't think so. It's in an Everjail in Liurnia, I think. Let me look it up here. It's in the Everjail behind Caria Manor. And then there's another one in a sealed tunnel in Altus Plateau, which leads to the Divine Tower of West Altus. There you go. They're both pretty much the same. I find them reasonably enjoyable to fight. It does appear as a normal enemy in several places, but I find it reasonably enjoyable to fight. I don't think I can put it as low as C tier because I have fun. C tier I feel like are ones where I can't really say that I have fun per se because they're a bit too simple or they have something that's holds them back or that type of thing. I say that, but I mean Beastman of Farum Azula's there. I had fun with that. I don't think there's anything to hold Onyx Lord to just being passable. I think it is good. Patches, as a boss, is E tier. Because it's not really a boss. It's just a sword enemy. A spear enemy, rather, sorry. It's just a spear and shield enemy. You hit him a couple of times and he surrenders. Like, it's on here because it has a boss bar, but it's not really a proper boss encounter, so it's easily E tier. As an NPC, S tier, but as a boss, E tier. Perfumer Tricia and Misbegotten Warrior. Who the fuck are they? Is this one of those weird combos that just exists for some reason? Unsightly Catacombs. Southwest Altus Plateau at the base of Mount Gelmir. Your son's cat named Peaches is a little traitor, so you call her Patches. Unironically, Patches would be a very good name for a cat as well, like for its actual name. I can't remember anything about Tricia and Misbegotten Warrior. I feel like the Perfumer and Misbegotten Warriors movesets probably complement each other a lot better than the Misbegotten Warrior and the Crucible Knight, so I might say C tier. They don't really make sense as a combo still. But I think I put them in C tier just so that they can be above Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior, which I think is genuinely a bad fight. I don't remember having any trouble with this one. The whole fam's calling her patches now. Excellent. It's a battle of attrition? Are you referring to the boss fight or to calling the cat Patches repeatedly enough that everyone else starts to call her Patches? Both of those could be battles of attrition. I'm going to leave the boss fight in C tier, that's fine. What do we have here? Promised Consort Radahn. Oh, attrition. Get out of my chat. Get out of my chat and never come back. I already know where I'm going to put Promised Consort Radahn. I want to see what other people think before I reveal it, though. Both what other people think, where other people think the fight should be, and where other people think I'm going to put it. I'm interested what people's guesses are. Okay, interesting guesses. What about Fergus? Is the other active chatter? I can see another boss soon in the list here that I missed. You'd say probably B or A. For me or for what you expect? Or rather, for what you expect me or for where you think it should be? I did hate him for a while. A, B, or C, you're saying? Just the alphabet. Where do you think he should be, though? Again, I've already decided where I'm putting Promised Consort Radahn, so you think it's B or A. You think I'm going to put him in C? I'm going to put Promised Consort Radahn in A tier. There was a long time where I would have put Promised Consort Radahn in C or D. He's A or B for you, right? Okay, yeah. There are still certain attacks. So there's like 2 or 3 attacks, particularly towards the second phase. Attacks and combos of attacks that are the reason I am not putting him in S tier. Promised Consort Radahn is one of those ones where I've got to a point where, having beaten it, I feel like I've got the hang of it fairly well. And even though I kept getting killed by things in phase 2 that annoyed me, I really enjoyed the actual process of fighting, particularly phase 1. I like phase 1 more than phase 2 by a fair margin. but phase 2 is good as well. S for you because you sat down and grinded, didn't get annoyed and tried to sort it out enough to win, thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah, absolutely fair. It's by a significant margin, this is the boss that I have beaten that has killed me the most in any video game out of bosses that I have beaten. I think it's probably killed me more than attempts I've made at Absolute Radiance total as well, but I have lost count of my Absolute Radiance attempts. But I think it's probably killed me more than that has, but I haven't beaten that one yet. There are a couple of attacks in phase 2 that are holding this back from S tier for me, because I do feel that they're kind of a bit bonkers. There is definitely some RNG involved in phase 2 in particular, which again holds it back from S for me. I think in particular it's the gravity grab attack in phase 2. The follow-up to that is just insane, and I have no idea what is going on there or what you're supposed to do with that. But overall, in hindsight, having beaten it, I really enjoyed my final run of it. Excellent fight. And I'm a lot better at parrying now than I used to be. I wonder how that happened. This boss took 8 streams to beat. The holy damage out of the ground in phase 2 is a bit annoying as well. So yeah, basically my point is there are just certain things that hold it back from S tier for me, but with the hindsight and with now that I have beaten it, definitely A tier. There was a point where I would have put it in D tier though. There was a point in the middle somewhere there. Hardest Elden Ring boss, hardest From Software boss by a significant margin. Hardest From Software boss easily. I say that I haven't actually attempted Ludden or Dark Lurker in Dark Souls 2. So there are 2 Dark Souls 2 bosses I haven't actually attempted. But of the From Software bosses I've done, easily by far the hardest. But yeah, very, very good. Putrescent Knight. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I have no idea if this is one of my hot takes. Is this considered a hot take in the community? What's the community opinion of Putrescent Knight? I hate this boss. I don't think it's fair to put it in the awful tier, because the awful tier is like the really bad ones. The ones where I'm like, there's genuinely a flaw in the design here. But I hate this fight. I feel like the timings just don't make sense. This boss does not conform to physics, and I don't like that. And the phase 2 like fire attacks are really weird to dodge as well. I saw a video recently, just a couple of days ago. The fall into this boss fight is the longest fall in any From Software game. And I think that factors in to my dislike of this boss. It's 12 seconds of falling every time to land in the arena and get an attempt on this boss. You gotta fall for 12 seconds. Like, just put a stake of Marika in that arena, please. Putrid Avatar. I will say yes, I agree with the atmosphere of Putrescent Knight is really good, but the boss is not. Putrid Avatar is, for me, the boss versions of Putrid Avatar are C tier. And this is because I really don't like the jump attack for Putrid Avatar. The way it sprays the Scarlet Rot build up. I'm not entirely sure what the way you're meant to dodge that is. But it's very... It like turns in the air while it's jumping. So you can't like get around behind it to avoid that. So I don't know exactly what you're meant to do with that. So overall, I think that's C tier because of that attack. You'd say B tier? No. It's definitely a tier below the normal. But you can't get behind it because it turns round in midair. It goes into the jump and I try to get behind it and it comes down facing me. Still facing me. It actually turns a bit in midair. So you can't get behind it. Or I can't get behind it. So it's in C tier. It's definitely a tier below the normal Erdtree avatars. It is less enjoyable than them. Now, thankfully, for the sake of this boss... Hate to go but got to start cooking for lunch. Will Lark Fable? Okay, see you later, Brian. Well, see you in the next stream, quite probably. Have a great day. Quite thankfully for this boss, the one on the wall in Elphael is not considered a boss. It doesn't have a boss bar. And that saves me from taking this down to D tier overall, because if I had to consider the fucking arena of that one as factoring into this, this would be in D tier, because that arena does not work for the moveset of even a normal Erdtree avatar, let alone a Putrid avatar. Putrid Crystallian Trio I didn't find in the game. I missed that one. Putrid Grave Warden Duelist. Is that a boss? I thought that was just a normal enemy. I can't find... Okay, yes, it's a boss. Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs. I would assume I've got that on this list. Oh! I don't have Putrid Grave Rod and Duelist written on my list. Did I miss this boss? Right, I still have a reasonable number left to do. So I'm actually going to go on a break and have tea, hopefully as quickly as I can. Eat as quickly as I can and then come back. Hopefully in the middle of that I will remember whether I actually did that boss or not. So I will be back as soon as possible, probably, I don't know, like 15 minutes, something like that. I have returned, having eaten soup, which was quite nice. I'm freshly energized to talk about bosses more. I still haven't worked out whether I have actually fought Putrid Grave Warden Duelist. Which is a problem. It's not on my list, so I'm putting it in the I didn't fight it category. Hopefully I'm not making a mistake here. Putrid Tree Spirit. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the ulcerated tree spirit in general. I will get to the reasons why later, but the putrid tree spirit for me is just a worse version of them. But I don't think it's bad enough to go in poor. I think I will put it in C tier. I think putrid tree spirit is passable. But I certainly would never call it a good boss. And I will get more into that when I reach ulcerated tree spirit, talk about what I do and don't like about them. Now, Radagon of the Golden Order is an interesting one. Radagon I got annoyed with during the process of trying to beat Elden Beast, because I just don't like that you have to do Radagon again every time to get to Elden Beast. I feel like multi-phase boss fights, the next phase should always build on the first phase. If your phase 2 is completely different from your phase 1, then those should be two different bosses. So it did annoy me a lot having to redo Radagon every time I wanted to fight Elden Beast. That being said, I am going to separate them here. I've already done that with my ranking of Elden Beast in C tier. I did actually beat Radagon first try. And on that first attempt, I thought he was a good boss. And actually, I am going to put him on the... I think I was starting to get the hang of him when I started using Mimic tier and ended up beating the final boss. I think I was starting to get the hang of him and it was feeling good. So I'm going to rank these as if they're two separate bosses, and I think I'm actually going to put Radagon in A tier. Because I think considering him as a separate boss from Elden Beast, I think he is actually very good. And by God, I wish there was a mod to make him stay dead. I would look forwards to doing the final fight so much more if they were separate. Dark Souls 2 did that. You did one boss and then the next one appears but you can leave and the one that you killed stayed dead. They should have done that again. It would have made me appreciate Radagon much more when I did him and not end my playthrough on a bit of a bitter note of being very annoyed with both Radagon and Elden Beast because I kept having to do Radagon again after I beat him first try. Yeah, I think my annoyance with Radagon was unfair and was mostly just redirected annoyance with Elden Beast. So I think he is A tier. Rakshasa is E tier. Fuck Rakshasa. All my homies hate Rakshasa. She can just keep spamming her move. She's got a special move and she never runs out of FP or stamina and she just keeps spamming it. And she's very annoying. I don't really have anything more to say about that. She's just very annoying because she just keeps spamming one move that you can't really hit her out of. think that's all there is for me to say there. Red Bear. Red Bear's C tier. He doesn't do much. Red Bear was the first DLC boss that I beat. I struggled with the DLC bosses a lot for the first few streams there. But beating Red Bear kind of broke me out of the struggle a little bit. He was reasonably fun. There just wasn't much to him. So I think C tier is really where he belongs. He's passable. He's another NPC fight, but he's fine. He's funny. Yes, I agree. He is a bit funny. Now, you might mean that as strange, but I mean that as comedic. He is a bit comedic, and I don't know why, but I just feel like he is. Red Wolf of Radagon. Now here's the question, is Red Wolf of... I can't talk. You did him later because it took you ages to find him. Yeah, he is a bit obscure. But the question is Red Wolf of Radagon a poor boss or an awful boss? You meant in a comedy sense. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Interestingly, this tier list doesn't consider Red Wolf of Radagon and Red Wolf of the Champion to be separate bosses. I can't remember where Red Wolf of the Champion is. Gelmir Hero's Grave. I feel like Red Wolf of the Champion does have a slightly different moveset from Red Wolf of Radagon as well. I really struggled and I got really annoyed at Red Wolf of Radagon. I just didn't enjoy it. I think I'm going to put D tier. I don't like the moveset. I don't like the arena combined with the moveset. I feel like the arena doesn't work with his moveset. Too many sort of obstacles in the sense that there's chairs all over the side of the arena and it's just weird. It's not entirely flat. And I just didn't like the whole moveset. I don't like the Red Wolf enemy that you fight behind Carrion Manor either. I'm just not a fan of the Red Wolves. I don't like them. Give me Sif any day. Regal Ancestor Spirit. For me, I didn't notice any difference doing this fight from normal Ancestor Spirit, and therefore also A tier. Just the same as the normal Ancestor Spirit. Really enjoyed it. I like the moveset. I love the theme and the atmosphere and the design. Very good. No additional notes on those. Next is R'Lana, Twin Moon Knight. S tier. Easy S tier. Pontiff Sullivan 2.0. But she can turn into the moon and nuke the whole arena. I don't even understand what the joke that you're trying to make is. But R'Lana, excellent boss. First of all, the design, the soundtrack, the arena, all fantastic. Excellent stuff. Secondly, the moveset. Just really fun. Just really, really fun. Difficult, but really fun. You can parry her. I didn't. I might do that on my next playthrough. I imagine she's really difficult to parry, but you can do it. I think it takes 2 stance breaks to riposte. or 2 parries to riposte rather. Oh, regale. Ah, I see. Hilarious. Terrible. Never make that joke again. Yeah, I don't have particularly any more notes to say on this other than Rolana is just really fun. Kind of similar to Pontiff in her design and a bit similar in the way the fight plays out as well, with her having very long combos and being challenging but very, very fun. Great boss. S tier. Easily S tier for me. I kind of wish I'd done her a bit earlier than I did so I could have had more attempts on her. I ended up doing her a bit later and therefore didn't find her too difficult. Rolana was possibly your favorite DLC boss, probably your favorite Elden Ring boss. Okay, she's not. I don't like her quite that much, but yeah, I can see that. My favorite DLC boss was Divine Beast Dancing Lion. Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. Not as good. Not as good. I'm gonna say I don't think she quite gets to be A tier. So I'll put her in B tier. Fun. I really like the atmosphere in the first phase. I do think it would be even creepier if there was no music in the first phase. See? Fair. I found her really easy, and I think part of that was that she didn't really do any difficult summons in phase 2. The phase 2 arena kind of is sort of just Rom's arena, to be fair. But I'm not complaining, it looks gorgeous. The phase 1 is a really good atmosphere, and a lot of people who play From Software games complain about gimmick bosses or puzzle bosses, and I say to that, that's the norm. Souls-likes were kind of some of the earlier games to have bosses be rhythm games, essentially. I like when a boss has a puzzle that you've got to work out about it, and I did like that in the first phase. I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the atmosphere, and I enjoyed the fight overall. I think it's fine in B tier for me. Romina. Romina's a weird one because I got annoyed at Romina. I got quite annoyed at Romina. I think she's also B tier for me. There was a time where I would have put her in C or even D. It can be very difficult to actually hit the body. She has a really good OST and I like the visual design a lot. But some aspects of the moveset do annoy me with the way the weak spot... I like having a weak spot, but it's really hard to get at this weak spot. Sometimes, just depending on how she moves. Yeah, the mood you're in when you go to the boss fight can have an impact as well. You were playing well that day, exactly, yeah. I struggled with her a bit. I liked her a lot on my first attempt, and then I couldn't work out how to deal with her later. And then I finally kind of worked it out, but there are certain moves that hold her back from A for me and certain things. I'm not a huge fan of when bosses cause build-up of status effects, but it's fine. Yeah, it is what it is. Rather, when they build up status effects in an area of effect. I'm fine with them building up status effects if they directly hit you, but she has some kind of area of effect stuff that goes on as well. With her butterflies. But it's fine. It's still a good boss. Just not an excellent boss. You got her 5th try? I might have got her 5th try as well, to be honest. Let's have a look here. I also got her 5th try. But I was more annoyed. Or fourth, he might go fourth. I died 4 times, so I got a 5th try. Royal Knight Loretta. A tier, easily A tier, along with Loretta Knight of the Haligtree. I like the Royal Knight Carrion Manor version more than the actual version that you meet at the Haligtree. I can't quantify why, I just do. I just enjoy it more. I think I've said most of what I can say about this with the previous one. It's a really fun moveset. I like the aesthetic. I like the whole fight. It's a good fight. It was one of my favorites for a long time. It still is up there. Not quite S tier, but high A tier. Very much. Royal Revenant, I did not find. I can tell you right now, I wouldn't have liked it, because it's one of those horrible many-armed things that leap at you that you get in Liurnia and then later on in Alphael, but just as a boss. And I don't like that enemy. But I didn't find it on my first playthrough, so it goes in bosses I missed. Regalia the Red Bear. I liked Regalia. There isn't a huge amount to Regalia. I do like the aesthetic of a really big red rune bear. And I think I will say B tier, because I enjoyed the fight. It wasn't too difficult. I think I got Regalia first try, but it was fun. And that's really what you're looking for in a fight. You're just looking for it to be fun. The normal Rune Bear boss fight, I, again, didn't find. I was quite bad at finding things in this game, sometimes. I think it's in a cave in, like, Weeping Peninsula or something? I don't know. It's in a cave somewhere. And it's just... I assume it's just a Rune Bear? I don't know. Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Excellent cutscene on this man. Together we shall devour the very gods. Unfortunately, I didn't enjoy the fight very much. Some of the attacks that go a long way I still don't know how you actually are supposed to dodge them. It is very much a use this specific weapon in order to damage the boss type boss. Now, I don't necessarily have a problem with that as a concept as long as the weapon is given to you, you know, in a way that you can't miss it, as this is. I like Yorm. I like Yorm in Dark Souls 3 a lot. However, Rykard is just annoying. Rykard's attacks are just annoying. I agree. Great spectacle. I wouldn't say awful fight, but I would say a poor fight. I don't enjoy Rykard's fight. I do enjoy all of the visuals and the design and the cutscene, but I just don't enjoy the fight. Sanguine Noble. It's another one I don't enjoy. I never got the hang of the Sanguine Noble enemies. I don't understand them. I barely even remember their moveset. All I remember is that they're difficult, and I never really got the hang of them, and I never particularly enjoyed fighting them. This, added with the fact that this is a generic enemy you find in a lot of places throughout the game, culminates for me in D tier for Sanguine Noble. I can understand people might rank that higher. personally. It's a no from me. I might try parrying them on my next playthrough. Maybe if I learn to parry them, I might enjoy it more. Shadow Tree Avatar. There was a long time when I would have put this boss in like C tier or something. Well, not a long time because I didn't die to it that much, but there were there was a while during my attempts where I would have put this boss in C tier. But I actually enjoyed my final attempt, my winning attempt, quite a lot. And actually, I think I'm gonna put this one in A tier. Sounds weird to say, even to me, but I actually ended up enjoying this fight quite a lot on my final attempt. I'm not a great fan of its massive bloody area of effect boom that it does when it's on really low health in the final phase. But overall, I did end up enjoying this quite a lot. I love the design of it. The visual design is just excellent. It's so unique and kind of creepy and intimidating. And I actually, yeah. Maybe, you know, maybe in a few days from now I'll think back to the stream and think, what was I doing putting Shadow Tree Avatar in A tier? But at the moment I'm putting it in A tier. I think it's an excellent fight. What's true? The part about me thinking in a few days that I'll looking back in a few days and thinking what was I thinking? Or something else I said. Don't know how long the delay is. Scaly Misbegotten's a poor boss. Don't have any more to say on that really, it's just... Oh, about the design, the visual design, yeah, it's really good. Scaly Misbegotten, it's just a misbegotten enemy. It's just one of the big sort of axe wielding misbegottens. Why his patch is in E tier? Is it because he didn't do anything? I don't know what you're talking about, J-Man. He didn't steal anything. He didn't... I have all of my smithing stones. Nothing happened to my smithing stones. You can't tell people about that. You gotta understand. You gotta keep that secret. You cannot tell people. Please. My pride. First you take my smithing stones, then you take my pride. But actually Patches is in E tier for the same reason that Scaly Misbegotten's in D tier, because it is just kind of a generic enemy, but he's even more generic. He's just a spear guy who surrenders after you get him to half health. Scaly Misbegotten is slightly more complex, but ultimately it's just one of those axe-wielding Misbegottens that there are like 3 of them in Castle Morn, and for some reason one of them's a boss somewhere in the end of some tunnel. D tier, poor boss. Ah, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all annoying. Fuck this boss. I hate this boss. This is a dreadful boss. It's incredibly annoying. I hate his magic. I hate him personally. And I think that he should feel bad about himself. And I will probably never not use Mimic Tier on him. I could not get close to him without using Mimic Tear. I could not manage to deal with him with the magic. It just wasn't working for me. Couldn't do it. And it was just incredibly frustrating. And of course, he's an NPC type enemy, so he has a heal for a start. I hate that about NPC type enemies. Moving on to Soldier of Godric. This is not a boss. It's straight up not a boss. Like, I understand the argument with this of, oh, it's the tutorial boss, but Eudex Gundyr was the tutorial boss. And he's really good. Soldier of God, comma, Rick. If Soldier of Godric had a name, it would be Rick. But yeah, like, tutorial bosses don't have to be a generic enemy. People don't not play the game because the tutorial boss is hard. If they did, nobody would have played Dark Souls 3 because it is hard if that's your first Souls game. And it's not exactly easy, even if it's not your first Souls game. If it's your first time playing Dark Souls 3, it's not a pushover. So there's really no excuse for making just a generic soldier enemy the tutorial boss, and I think it's absolutely dreadful. And I think we were robbed of potentially having an actual fun tutorial boss like we did in Dark Souls 3. And in Dark Souls 1, I mean, I like Asylum Demon. It's not as good as Eudex Gundyr, but it's nice. Spirit Collar Snail, Crucible Knight. It just summons Crucible Knights until you kill it. Actually, I didn't find this on my first playthrough. I know about it, but I'm just remembering now I didn't actually find this on my first playthrough, so I can't rank it. It would be in D tier. It would be in D tier, but I didn't find it on my first playthrough. But it would be in D tier. Because it's just... I don't know, the Spirit Collar Snails are meh to me. I'm not a fan of them. Star Scourge Radahn. I will say, I think Star Scourge Radahn deserves to be an A tier. I don't think he's an S tier boss. Tear me to pieces if you wish. But I don't think he's an S tier boss. And I think part of that is the arrow section at the beginning. I find that very annoying. I don't like that. I wish I could just start next to him. You'd say B? That's fair enough. I mean, I could be convinced to take him down to B. I think I really need to see, again, this is not for this ranking, but for the future, I really need to see how I feel about him on a second playthrough, having done Promised Consort Radahn. You struggle with his moveset in general? I feel like parts of his moveset, or I suppose Promised Consort Radahn, parts of its moveset are similar to parts of his moveset, but I feel like probably there would be things that I could notice that I might know how to deal with better now that I've done Promised Consort. But the arrows are easily my least favourite part of this fight. I hate having to do the arrows every time. They're not actually difficult once you get the timing, but I still hate it. I was left unsatisfied with this boss because after getting a little bit frustrated, I did summon Blythe and Alexander, and they just absolutely stance broke and destroyed his first phase. And then I got the second phase easily, and I felt like I'd kind of cheesed it. So a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth from that, but I think overall A tier. If I'd stuck with it, I think I would have enjoyed it a lot more. But the arrows definitely are a part I don't like. Stone Digger Troll is, for me, Stone Digger Troll is D tier. It doesn't do much that normal trolls don't do. The one thing that it does that normal trolls don't do is a massive AoE attack that's really hard to dodge and I don't like, and it honestly annoyed me when I fought it. I could be convinced that it belongs in C tier, I think, but for me, just purely based on the vibe of right away, I'm putting it in D tier. I didn't enjoy Stone Digger Troll. I found it annoying. Tibia Mariner, normal Tibia Mariner. Normal Tibia Mariner is B tier. I like the Tibia Mariners. Great name. Great design visually. And surprisingly for a boss that summons minions, which I normally hate, the minions aren't too much of a problem. And I think it's quite fun. I like the Tibia Mariners. I look forwards to fighting them. I love the aesthetic of them. I still want to know why it's specifically Tibias that they're involved with. We may never know. But, yeah. Tibia Mariner with Giant Skeleton, I'm going to put in C tier, however. Because I just find the Giant Skeleton a bit more annoying than the normal summons. I don't have a huge justification for that, other than I personally just don't enjoy fighting that version as much as the other ones. I don't remember how much I struggled with it. I just remember that it was a bit annoying with the Giant Skeleton, particularly whenever you were trying to leave. Now, Tree Sentinel. Tree Sentinel is an A tier boss. I really like the Tree Sentinel boss. I did it again quite recently on my second save file. I did it at an actual reasonable level for doing it, rather than that I was a bit over leveled when I did it on my first playthrough. But I still enjoyed it on my first playthrough. It's just really enjoyable. It's fun to fight. It has an excellent OST. It has good visual design. I don't think there are any Tree Sentinels that are in a bad arena. I think the one that's probably in the worst arena is actually probably the first one, because there are a few rocks and stuff you can get backed into, but it doesn't drag it down for me. I don't really have a problem with that. I really like the Tree Sentinel fight. Tree Sentinel Duo, I'm not so big on. I'm going to put that in B tier. Again, similar to the Knights Cavalry duo, I fought them one by one rather than actually fighting the whole duo at once. I think they would probably be really annoying if you did the duo as a duo. But I didn't, and I enjoyed them. They were fine. They weren't exceptional, they were fine. Reasonably fun. You found them both at once and got first try? Well done. I really feel like Omen Killer shouldn't be in the same tier as some of these other bosses. Like, I feel like Omen Killer is a good boss, but it doesn't belong in that tier. This is feeling wrong. I feel like if there was an in-between tier between B and C, that's where Omen Killer would be. I'm moving Omen Killer down to C tier. That feels better. It doesn't quite make the cut to be up there with some of those other bosses for me. Ulcerated Tree Spirit. Now this is quite the interesting boss for me. Do I put this in C tier or B tier? I got annoyed at Ulcerated Tree Spirit, so I think I'm putting it in upper C tier. It's definitely better than Putrid Tree Spirit, but I think it's very similar level. It's a difficult moveset to get the hang of. I remember getting very annoyed by the grab attack. I remember getting annoyed by a lot of the attacks that it has, to be honest. I think it's just a case of it's one that I don't particularly vibe with. Like, if I saw someone put it in B, or I might be a bit surprised someone put it in A, but if I saw someone put it in B tier, I'd be like, yeah, fine. But I think it's mostly just I struggle with them. So I feel they are C tier for me. Now this may be controversial, but Valiant Gargoyles is going in A tier for me. I can't really justify this beyond I just really enjoyed the fight. I got Valiant Gargoyles first try. I think I got good RNG because quite a lot of the time only one of them was like being aggressive, kind of like Demon Princes, which is my favorite duo fight that From Software has ever done, is Demon Prince first phase. So I got a situation where only one of the gargoyles would be aggressive for a lot of the fight, and I think part of that was just good RNG. Maybe if I did the fight again, I wouldn't like it as much, but I found that fight really fun getting it first try. And so for basing this on my first playthrough, it has to go in excellent because I just really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can imagine they can be annoying if you don't get good RNG, but again, this being based as much as possible solely on my first playthrough, it has to go to A tier for me. And we only have two left, Vika, Knight of the Round Table, and Wormface. Vika was fine. For an NPC, he was pretty good. I think he's actually my favourite NPC fight. I don't know if I want to put him in B tier, really. I feel like he is a cut above most of the things I've put in C tier. I enjoyed that fight a fair amount, but I'm not sure that he's on level with like Fortisax and Erdtree Avatar and Crucible Knight and things like that. I think he's another case of similar to Omen Killer, like if there was a tier between these two, I would put him there. I'll put him in C tier for being an NPC. He has a heal, if I remember correctly, which I'm not a great fan of. He is an NPC moveset. He wasn't very challenging, so I think I'll put him in C tier. And the final boss, Wormface. Wormface is the poor. I did Wormface when I was over-leveled, so there's very much a chance that he might have been awful if I did him at the level where you actually first go to Alta's Plateau. Because the area he's in is full of other Deathblight spitting enemies, so you could very easily get into a situation where you're fighting multiple things at once. Also, he spits Deathblight, and that's annoying. He's like a basilisk boss. So generally I just think this boss is quite poor. I didn't get annoyed at it because I was over leveled, so I'm not going to put him in awful, but I think there's a good chance I might if I'd done him at the level that you're supposed to. But as it stands, D tier it is. And that is the tier list. Fittingly, as the credits to Dark Souls 3 play in the background. Let me just turn that up. I think I'm pretty happy with this tier list. There's a few ones that, you know, I could be convinced to move up or down a tier. I think Radahn is, of the A tier ones, the shakiest one there. I could see him falling to B tier. No, that's fair, J-Man. That's fair. You're probably right. I did promise, when I announced this stream earlier today, I did promise to bring only bad opinions and incorrect takes, and I think I've done that fairly well. Now, I don't really know how this website works. I think I can... save the tier list. All Elden Ring bosses, except the ones I missed. Based almost solely on my first playthrough of the game and DLC. I clicked save and nothing happened. Grand so. Oh, there we go. It doesn't seem to be showing here. I don't know how this website works. It's here, but I don't see it. There it is. No, that's just I've gone back to that one. Okay, well, it's saved anyway. Let's view the community rank. I think the way this works, cumulative average rankings from 8 submitted tier lists. Only 8 people have submitted tier lists here. Let's see what the biggest bad takes from me were, according to the community. They were definitely Mesmer and Millennia. Vindication. People say Erdtree Avatar is an S tier boss. People put the basic magma worm in A tier? Elden Beast is not an A tier boss. I'm sorry, what? Putrescent Knight? Godskin Noble? What is the community doing? Oh, of course, to be fair, I did modify this so the community ranking doesn't have as many tiers as me. People's least favorite bosses. Vindication, Fierce Champions is terrible. Terrible boss fight. Oops. Who's putting Lamenter as high as C tier? What do you mean? You're talking nonsense. Here's mine. Hold on, I think I need to activate something here. Give me a second. There we go. Had an extension causing a problem. Oh, interesting. It doesn't keep the... Okay, let's add spaces in here. It doesn't keep the line breaks I added. Export image. Download image. I will post it on the Discord. I spelt tier wrong. I wrote Elden Ring tier list as in crying in the file name. I think that's fair enough. People crying at my takes. I can't believe people would put Lamenter as high as C tier. I'm sorry, Lamenter deserves in the lowest tier available. Lamenter deserves a tier of his own because he's so bad. So I will post that in the Discord. I'll post that in the Discord right now, just before I end the stream. Why not? There we go. This was fun. I wonder if at some point I should do a Dark Souls 3 tier list. It would be a lot shorter. I'm not sure if it would be worth doing it in a stream, if maybe I should just do a video for it. Or I could do it in a stream that's part of doing something else. I do it and then I move on to doing something else in that stream. That might be the best way to do it, because Dark Souls 3 has a lot fewer bosses. Could do Hollow Knight as well at some point, but for the time being, next week I plan to be starting Subnautica and Sekiro. I think the way I'll do it is Subnautica will be on the weekdays and Sekiro will be on the weekends, because I don't want to do them both on the weekend, because I don't particularly want to stream 2 days in a row, because it does take a fair amount of energy, which I don't always have. Yeah, this one was really long. Definitely, yeah, the 100 bosses of Elden Ring, or however many it is just insane. But yeah, I think currently the way I'm looking at it, I think Subnautica will be on the weekdays. I don't know which weekdays, probably will vary from week to week, and Sekiro will be Saturday or Sunday most weeks. Is currently what I'm aiming for the foreseeable future. And Sekiro, at the very least, I can imagine will probably take a lot less time to complete than Elden Ring did. Elden Ring took ages. But I'm looking forward to a couple of quite different styles of games, because the combat in Sekiro is quite different, and then Subnautica is completely different to anything I've played on the channel before, so that should be fun. I don't often play sort of survival games like that, but should be interesting. So yeah, thank you to everyone for turning up for this absolute nonsense ranking that I've been doing here, for tolerating my abysmal takes. Hopefully I'll see you in the future streams, the future games that I play. Have a great rest of your day, and bye-bye.